Mark?
while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ankara, the capital of Turkey. About 5 million inhabitants live here in this city. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty, joining us from Nottingham. Now, last week in Bangkok, history was made in the women's and in the men's event. Yi Han Wang of China won the very first gold medal for a woman on the Junior Grand Prix ever. And following that up was Yan Hao Lee of New Zealand, winning the very first gold medal in any discipline, junior or senior, for his country of New Zealand. Very special indeed. We are going to pass the halfway mark here on the Junior Grand Prix here in Ankara, but the first day here on day number 1, the women's short program. And the favorites have to be, starting with Stefania Gladkey from France. She won the silver medal in Ostrava, so she's in the mix, no question. And also Yusung Kim of Korea last season in the Junior Grand Prix final. Perhaps on the outside, a little bit unknown, Sofia Samoldokina from Kazakhstan, 2-time Junior Grand Prix medal winner back in 2021. 36 entries from 31 nations, and it all starts right now. Welcome, everyone, to Ankara, Turkey. I'm Ted Barton, Mark Hanratty, joining us on remote location at his home as we take a look at some of the beautiful parks around this city. It is so clean. There's a flyover of the facility, spectacular. This city of 5 million spreads throughout rolling hills and crevices, and it's amazing. Every single building, whether it's old or new, freshly painted. Beautiful city, something we didn't expect coming here, we didn't know, but it is quite spectacular indeed. Mark, welcome on board, and welcome back to week number 4.
Thanks, Ted, and you've built it up. I'm excited, just excited also about the location that you're in, because I was in Istanbul last year, which was so incredible. It sounds like Ankara is just as mesmeric.
Yeah, I know, and a lot of people here say, you know, a lot of people who live in Ankara say Istanbul's really nice, but it's a little chaotic and crazy, right? Or not crazy, but it's a little chaotic. This city is, when we drove in here, it's so remarkably clean. The highways are fantastic. Traffic moves beautifully. The buildings are everywhere, spread over a large distance, that's for sure. As we take a look at the first group taking to the ice for their warm-up, and we do have 2 skaters here, Mark, that'll be interesting. Both skaters from Korea, of course, and then Anastasia Bradenberg, who we saw in week 1, I think it was, wasn't it, in Riga?
Yes, she was in Riga.
And she was outstanding in practice sessions, had a challenge in the short program, very good skaters. So right off the bat, we enter into the hot water.
Yeah, and I think you built it up excitingly in the opening as well. We've got lots of contenders, and then we also have Amina Kai, she'll be in the next group, and she was a junior world bronze medalist last season, or 2 seasons ago, sorry. So it's a really deep field in this opening couple of groups.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I talked a little earlier offline with you, is that in the men's event, only one of the entire event has points out of the Junior Grand Prix. So there's a lot of new skaters and some who didn't get points before, but that is going to be a wild and open podium for people to fight towards. So that'll be exciting. That'll come up a little bit later today after the pair short program as well. And as I watch the pair practices, I keep on getting, I don't want to say surprised, but sort of interested in how much stronger the junior pairs have become in a short 2 years. And you know, you're seeing the throw triples, the side by side triples, beautiful lifts, and etc. So that's pretty exciting. That discipline has come along so quickly.
And I can't wait to hear from Kirsten Moore-Towers as well, as we chat with her during the pairs event. I'm really excited to get her insight as an elite. I mean, she was, you know, on the circuit for so many years as one of the best in the world in the pairs discipline.
Yeah, and she lives in my hometown of Vancouver and trains a number of pair skaters, pair teams there. And I love asking her, and she's a broadcast partner as well in Canada with me, and I love asking her about, well, what does the woman feel on this, and what are the things that they have to focus and concentrate on? And she'll bring an insight into, for the fans out there, she'll bring an insight as to the challenge, not the challenges, the workload of the woman versus the workload of the man. And she's full of energy, positivity, and as we know with every female pair skater, they are fighters. They have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really interested, especially I think because whilst I have the greatest of respect for the pairs discipline, it's the only discipline I didn't compete in, so I've less awareness. Maybe that's a positive because it just makes me find them all incredibly remarkable. Maybe if you're in it, you're experiencing it, you're more comfortable with what is necessary.
I'm here. I can hear you searching for the words to explain what to explain. Although I have great respect for them. Yeah, it's a bit of an unknown discipline for most skating aficionados because I don't want to say so few do it, but they're a special breed. This is for sure. They are special in different ways. They really are, as is every discipline, really. Okay, so we have 35 women. I guess one withdrew. I think I said 36 in the opening. And a lot of good skaters here. We'll see. There's a look at Anastasia Bradenberg from Switzerland. And she is really a wonderful skater. Question is, can she put her wonderfulness, which it probably isn't a word, into the competitive moment? And we'll see that very shortly. She'll skate last in this group number 1.
Yeah, I think I read that Anastasia, straight after Junior World Championships where she was 6, she took just a couple of days off training and then straight back into it. And her commitment to her training, like so many, indeed all of the athletes, is intense. And so that's why it must have been so desperately disappointing to then have the mistakes in the short program, which are so costly in Riga.
Yeah, and those athletes, I think maybe Anastasia a little bit like this. I don't know her well, but she's so focused, that's why she's good, and so determined, that's why she's good. And then the question is, does that focus and determination come close to the line where it's hard to enjoy the moment? And because she's a beautiful skater, so if you can enjoy it and have the focus, you have the full package, and we hope Anastasia will demonstrate that here or continue to grow into it.
Yeah, the fine line between desperation for success and desperation for success. It's a tricky precipice to
and the enjoyment. Everybody, it's funny because some people get the pure enjoyment out of stepping on that podium and getting that medal finally, and some people get the enjoyment of just the training and they get nervous in competition, and some people get the enjoyment of the competitive moment. Those are the rare ones. The pure enjoyment of the competitive moment.
It was fascinating. Caitlin Osmond, world champion, explaining she didn't really like training. She loved performing and competing, and I thought that was so wonderfully honest, but also a little surprising.
Well, and it's also one of the reasons she became a world champion and Olympic medalist, because she could rise to those occasions and say, that's what I'm most thrilled about, and yeah, I got to do this hard work. I hate doing that. But I know why I'm doing it, for that special moment. So that was pretty good. And this, as you mentioned, Kirsten Moore-Tauser will be joining us for the Paris Short program. Next week we have Sarah Hurtado of Spain joining us for the dance, correct?
Yes.
And then?
Well, I was excited for you to say it, but I think we're looking very likely to have Madison Chalk and Evan Bates, the current and reigning world senior ice dance champions, who will be joining us in Ljubljana.
Yeah, how exciting is that? It's terrific. And for all of you out there listening, and we'll be saying this a number of times, please send in your questions, your comments, where you're watching from. We love that as well. And I have a story about some fans that have come all the way from America. I'll talk to you, the fans, a little bit about that later. Okay, Mark, let's get going on day 1 here, week number 4, Ankara, Turkey, the women's short program.
Well, what a wonderful moment for Elizabeth New. This 14-year-old born in Tallinn, Estonia, opens this 4th stop on the International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix in Ankara. Well, huge congratulations to Elizabeth New from Estonia, a skater who we saw struggling on her triple flip in warm-up and then managed to deliver when it counts and when it matters, and also the responsibility of opening this event. She conducted herself well throughout.
Yeah, we talked about that, about delivering in competitions. Everything else doesn't sort of matter. Some rise to the occasion and some, falter and have that challenge. But in this case, Elizabeth really, got the flip done. That was the double axel. Sorry, I started that replay a little bit late. And here is a triple flip. Let's take a look at this. Good reach back, good height, nice and tight in the air. This is looked to be, nope, it's clean in the system. That's good.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. Here's the triple toe, triple toe. I'm sure this will. And let's take a look at the second one. Not a lot of speed, obviously. And that looks to be downgraded. It is downgraded in the system. There you go. And some of the steps here, Mark.
Yeah, and confident gaze towards the judges throughout the step sequence. Here, some clockwise rotation and combinations of turns. The technical panel looking at the depth of the edges on the footwork as we see the Bielmann spin and that difficult exit as a level feature to finish.
I love the confident gaze comment. That's awesome. A confident gaze staring them down? Is that? that's awesome.
And Elizabeth she's had a choreography done by Yelena Mahina, but Alina Boyko, who I think is with her here in the Kiss and Cry, she doubles up as her ballet teacher, and so she works in the choreography throughout the season, and you can see obviously that the effort in the training rink to make that connection with the judges to push that component score higher.
47.90 personal best, looking to get close to that here as skater number one in the short program on day one. And here is the score for Elizabeth. A 47.11, just falls a little bit short of her personal best. First skater out of this competition. She has to be pleased with that. And you can see a little hug there, a little nod of approval by Elizabeth. She's happy with that. Struggling with the triple flip in the warm-up, but not in competition. Well done.
And now to the second skater in the event, Veronica Ferlin, 16 years old, born in Uppal. And she will skate to Tosca Fantasy by the popular choice of Edvin Martin. Veronica Ferlin, at the end of her short program, a skater in her 4th season on the Junior Grand Prix. She would have been hoping for a cleaner skate, but unfortunately, mistake on the combination and a fall on the triple flip will make her chances harder to stomach.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were talking off air, of course, and you know, the first couple elements, quickness into rotation is what she focused on, not enough height, and then she realized that she wasn't standing up well on those landings. There's a triple salchow too far forward and then has to flip out, so that just goes, the double toe doesn't come in. It's just a triple salchow combo with problems, so it's a 2.21 point for that one element. And here is a look at the triple flip, and this also goes on the back of the heel. You can see that, and takes a fall into the boards and having to chase the music. But here, watch her lift up higher. She pushes way up in the air as high as she can to make sure she clears that landing, and she did so nicely there.
Yeah, and as we look through the steps for Veronica, just confirmation that the mental aspect of the sport is so challenging to contend with. And as I said, Veronica in her 4th season on the Junior Grand Prix, so she will know a little bit of what to expect as we see her work through her final spin, the sit spin. But it's something that's very hard to replicate, and you can tell from the technique and the takeoff that Veronica can land triple flip, she can land the triple salchow, but under the pressure of this situation, everything feels a little bit different, and that's perhaps the reason for the mistakes. Probably
Yeah,
the reason.
absolutely. She got a level 3 on the step, so that's nice, and a level 4 on change combo spin, level 3 on that last sit spin. So she got pretty good levels on the rest of the elements. The first 2 jumping passes were problematic, of course, and remember, for those that don't know so much about that, each element has a base value of which you can add points to if it's done well, or you can subtract points from because you don't do it well. So that's simply put, of course, but probably the best way. Let's take a look at the scores. She has a 41.54 personal best, but fall quite short of that here at 35.24, and that'll put Veronica currently the second skater out, of course, in the competition. Well, up next is going to be one of the contenders, I would think. Well, we'll find out, Mark.
And we've already seen her sister Yuji Kim. This the turn of Yusong Kim. And Coach Hyung Kong Choi had explained to me that they're very different characters, and she intimated that Yusong Kim perhaps a little bit more embracing of the competition. So let's hope that she rises to the occasion as her coach indicated she will. Well, a wonderful reaction to that skate from Yusong Kim, a skater who has had varying success. She's competed at the Junior Grand Prix final before. She's been one of the top contenders, but last year at the Junior World Championship, she was just in 15th place. So perhaps there were some nerves coming into this event for Yusong Kim, but she skated as well as I imagine she can.
Well, she was just lovely all through this program and exuded confidence and comfort. So we take a look at the double axel right off the top of the program. Good flow on the takeoff, good flow on the landing. Here's the triple lutz. Reloads for the triple toe loop, absolutely clean on both. And there's the triple flip. That was a beauty. Soft knees on the landing, running edge. And here's some of the steps. Just a level 2 on the steps, Mark.
Yeah, interesting, because I thought that combination of turns, the rocker counter loop, was a really good example of a deep edge set, but must mean that the technical panel didn't consider there to be 9 clean turns or more. But what a great example of the beyond feature. And here, as she does the difficult exit to get the higher level, the quality of the speed in the spins should produce a higher grade of execution.
Yeah, and she has good PCs all in the 7s, so 704, a 725, and a 729 at the moment in the PCs. So you can see the quality, overall quality of her composition and her performance and her skating skills. Now, she has a 63.64 personal best, so she might come pretty close to that. But all you need to see is a double fist pump and a huge smile at the end of a program. And in the end of the day, that's all that really matters, because they've done their best and the scores will sort itself out.
Yeah, so true. That reaction is the reaction that's really important to the human. And I mean, hopefully it's bolstered by what the judges give them, but you're right, that the reaction is everything.
Yeah, and no matter whether a person likes the athletes skating or not, when you see that joy, you have to appreciate that the athlete has done the best they can under the moment they most wanted to. 64.72, that is a new personal best. And Yusong Kim from Korea is currently in first place. We're early on in the competition, skater number 3. So many, many more to come. But that's a good score, Mark.
Yeah, really strong score for a really good skater. And it is a difficult field, so we'll see. And certainly this next competitor, we assume has the potential to be in contention. Any skater that represents Korea at the Junior Grand Prix will have had to fight hard at their domestic events to gain qualification for their nation. And this will be the start of her 2024 Junior Grand Prix for Jongyul Hwang. back-to-back clean skates for Korean skaters in the women's short program. Jong-yul Hwang absolutely delivering, and I have to note also the complexity of some of the transitions. Shout out to Yeji Shin, the choreographer, because there was so much intricacy in and out of the elements there. As you see the Korean ice dance team supporting ringside.
Well, it's early on in this competition here in Ankara, so some of the athletes can make these competitions, some cannot. As we take a look at the triple toe, first one, no problem. Second one, hard to see there it is. Looked a little under, but it's clean in the system, so that's good for her. Here's the triple flip coming up. Let's take a look, and good height there, and gets around. So she's clean on that as well. So she's got a good program going here. Her personal best is 61.09. She might beat that. There's the double axel off the spread eagle a little bit later in the program. And here is the entrance into the change combo spin. That is at level 4. All the elements are in the plus GOEs, so she's gaining points on the quality of the execution of the technical elements in the program. And this is the step sequence mark. It's a 4, level 4, the highest you can get.
Yeah, and that testament to the fact that technical panel must have deemed 11 clean turns at least. And then here's the side to back on the layback. A little bit of travel, probably not as strong a grade of execution on some of the elements as we saw from Yusong Kim, who leads at this stage, and an easier value of jump combination. But like you said, Ted, the step sequence was a couple levels higher, so we'll see how it all pans out when the inputs are made by both the technical panel and the
judges. And the PC scores were 7s for Yusong Kim, and these are in the 6s, 671, 668, and 7. So that will compensate. It's a 63.34, and they look happy with that score. No question of that. That'll put it currently into second. She finally saw it. Oh, okay, that's good. Yay, 2 thumbs up. Let's go.
Yay.
That's awesome. The coach is thrilled, and really close. So Korea's sitting first and second, still early on in the competition, and that with our final skater taking to the ice now. This will be interesting, Mark.
Yes, and as we have said in warm-up, a beautiful skater taking to the ice. The skater that was 6th at the World Junior Championships, and we saw brilliant practices. She looked good in the warm-up here as well. We wish Anastasia Brandenburg all the very best as she comes back from that disappointing short program at her first Junior Grand Prix assignment, hoping for a clean skate in Ankara. Anastasia Brandenburg has a better short program than in Riga. Last time she competed on the Junior Grand Prix, she had to climb up 10 places from the 17th place she found in her short program. There she had a fall in the jump combo and she did a single axel. Here, less of a mistake, fall in the triple flip, but perhaps skaters still struggling to assume their confidence, perhaps based on that first short program that she had.
Yeah, I think once that jump combination right here as we see it, there's the triple lutz, push it up, and gets her all the way around on the triple toe, so that's good. Gave her some confidence, but she singled the flip or fell on the flip. I say singled the flip the last time out. So I think coming into this flip in a second, she was going, I can get this program clean, and got just a little bit nervous and held back just a bit. She was on a lean. She probably could have saved it, but just collapsed. You could see out of her body just break forward in anticipation of a fall. Too bad. She should have saved that. She could have saved that.
Yeah, and Anastasia is so beautiful.
Oh my gosh, the skating is wonderful. The fragility of the psyche of a skater is just huge, and it goes up and down as does the journey in a competitive career. And so this young woman has just got a little bit of doubt here. She's such a beautiful skater, so wonderful. I'm sure we'll continue to see her grow.
Yeah, really good use of the body. She's got a lovely back, and it's interesting because her range of flexibility in the Bielmann position and in this camel spin feature isn't the greatest. So I don't know if her actual range of flexibility is massive, but her use of her neck and her arms and her head really accentuates a lot of the presentation in her movement. Yeah,
and she had a level 4 on the layback, level 4 on the steps, level 4 on the change combo spin, level 3 on the flying camel. So good scores are mid-sixes, funny enough, for the PCs. And yeah, so we'll see. 62.57 is her personal best, but the season's best was only 46.43. She'll destroy that score here, but she's probably not going to reach her personal best. It's a 55.33. It is the season's best, and that puts her third pretty close to the top two. There is a look at the leaderboard within 8 points. So she's got some work to do still in the free. She has the capabilities, that's for sure.
Good to see Nicole Schott, former German champion, with her here in the Kiss and Cry.
Okay, waiting for the second group. Mark, have you fished any questions? Probably not yet. It's probably pretty early, eh?
Well, I think that's some of the challenges. Interesting, as we've talked about before, as to where the skating fraternity are watching from around the world as we see the starting order for this next group, because I assume some will be asleep. But it's a busy day for ice skating fans, not only with the excitement of what we've got to watch here in Ankara, but also what will be taking place at the Nebelhorn Trophy in Oberstdorf, with now the continuation of the ISU Challenger Series for the seniors. So that's actually an interesting point insofar as some of the coaches of the skaters we have already seen perform in the first group are actually in Germany at the Challenger Series for the seniors. So it's a really busy time for the coaches of the elite skaters in the world.
Yeah, and sorry, we don't have any questions coming in, so I have a story to tell you. And it is a little bit about sometimes in the junior, you see the stands are empty, and they were full last week in Bangkok, and the first 2 weeks were pretty good, and you think that, they're just the moms and the dads of the people, the kids that are the skaters that are here. But I ran into some skating fan in the Munich airport, and a woman came up to me and said, "Are you Ted Barton?" I said, "Yes." And she had quite a strong American accent from Georgia, and real nice folks. And she said her son Brian was over there, and he stood up and waved, and he eventually came over, and it was so interesting because he has been following the Junior Grand Prix ever since 2014. It's when he saw Lipinskaya skate, and he just sort of felt fascinated and in love with the sport. He just says, it's amazing. These young skaters are terrific. So he follows the Junior Grand Prix and has attended a number of Junior Grand Prix, of which he has the flag tattooed on his arm as to the countries that he went to watch the Junior Grand Prix. And then he knew all these skaters and where they were and what they're at, and he says he also likes college football in the United States. He said, I love watching college football because they're the NFL stars of the future, and to see who's rising. And it was so interesting. He works in New York, and I thought, the Junior Grand Prix is seen by people around the world. And I remember years ago I did an email out there, and people responded from all over the planet, from Brazil and Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, all over Eastern Europe, New Zealand, Australia. It didn't matter where it was. We have people watching from all over the world, and that was pretty cool. And I just wanted to tell that story because there are people that do really closely watch these juniors and their careers and follow them as they grow and have the bad days and they have the good days, and then they move into seniors. So for Brian and his mom coming from Georgia, Brian from New York, we welcome you here in Ankara, and we thank you for your loyalty and fellowship of all these athletes. There you go.
Well, how interesting to hear that, and that obviously from a non-skater. And I had an interesting chat online with Ivan Regini, who's a choreographer. I reached out to him in regards to his work as a choreographer for some of the skaters here, but he was just acknowledging that he really wishes that skaters could get the recognition on a kind of global stage for what they do, because it is so incredible. And it's right, what skaters do, it's crazy cool.
Well, you know what? It's funny you say that, because I asked Brian, I said, do you skate? Have you ever skated? He said, no, I haven't. He says, but I got fascinated with it, and so I took a couple skating lessons. He says, I've got my first step, and now I'm on the step where I'm going to cross my foot over going backwards. So I'm working on that. And I said, did you ever think, well, watching it, that was as hard? It's one of the reasons he went to the rink. He wanted to find, well, how hard is this? Because it looks really good, right? Right?
Yeah.
And when you put your boots on, you go on the ice, you go, oh, now I know how good these guys are, right? So these young women and men. So I thought it was very clever and interesting that he actually went down to the rink, got a lesson, and has taken some lessons just to try to experience what he's watching on TV. Very cool.
Well, it's you know, when we talk about how simple the skaters make it, last night I was just watching some other events that were happening online. I was just checking out some results, and I put skating on the family TV, and my son, who's a hockey player, he was joking and saying, oh, it's, you know, hockey's better, whatever. And he said, look, they don't even look tired.
He's saying that too. Does he know what you do for a living?
Yeah, he's constantly taking the mickey. But he was saying, oh, you know, they don't even look tired. And I thought, yes, they don't even look tired, but I can assure you that they are exhausted inside. And it only serves to reiterate that how amazing the skaters are, because the physicality of it, only those that know really know, because a spectator could never sense the utter crippling exhaustion that's happening inside a body.
No, it's such a shame that people who watch this and like it, and I don't want to say that in a bad way, but don't understand how remarkably, psychologically, physically difficult this sport is. It is unbelievable, and I can only say that because I skated at least at a world level. So I love all sports. I watch hockey and soccer and football and baseball. I like to fish. I do everything, right? But I understand this to be, because I've done everything, all the other sports as well, as one of those sports that it's undiscovered. It's discovered by a certain group of people, but it's not discovered by all, and that's such a shame. And I don't know how we change that, because if you make it look difficult, then it's probably dangerous, right? So they make it look easy and lovely.
And that's, I suppose, the challenge is that, you know, sometimes, you know, online, you know, in this culture that we're in, people seem to revel in mistakes. So I've seen, there was a fall, was it Tukmanina and Marin, and there was a fall in Skate America, and it was a horrible, horrible fall.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
And so then online, I have no non-skaters that will reference that YouTube video of that fall, because it garners attention, and yet our sport is set to, or like, I dare say Simone Biles, who we keep referencing, she's garnered more attention for gymnastics because of her acknowledgement of the struggles of it. And that's the weird flip, is that we don't want to have to see mistakes to gain attention, but we want skaters to get the recognition for the amazingness that they have.
Well, people seem to like drama and sometimes scandal, and sometimes that's what they draw to. That's what television shows are all about. And there's a fine balance, and especially with these young kids. Anyways, let's move on. Group number 2. Take it away, Mark.
And starting this group, the Georgian skater Inga Gorganitsa, and another skater who has potential to be a serious contender here. We've seen triple axels from her in practice. She won't be doing that in the short program. She opens with triple flip.
Wow.
Well, Georgia's Inga, oh, that was amazing, Ted. And what I'm so impressed by from Inga is that I've known that she was capable of the triples for the last 2 seasons. We've seen her 9th at Junior Worlds a couple of years ago, 12th last season. But she seems to have really conscientiously approached the skating skills because they appear faster and more developed. So you sense this as a skater that's here to make a stand.
And Mark, those two sitting with the Georgian flag, those are the two people I was just talking about from the United States.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, wow. That was amazing. Yeah, fans of the States and following Inga, I know. Yeah, well, that's very cool. Yeah, we'll take a look at some of these elements. It's just amazing when we take a look at the lift on this jump. It comes right off the top here. I didn't have a very big lead in, so let me see if I can. There it is. There's the triple flip. Look how high that is. Extension with the flow on the landing. Fabulous. And here's the double axel. No problem. Look at the speed off the end of the edge, through the air, speed on the landing as well. And then, of course, the triple Lutz. This is the big one. Huge air time. Reloads low in the knee, pushes straight up, and that element gathered 10.69 points. Wow.
And interesting as we get a look at the component scores being input for the skating skills, the composition, the presentation, judges maybe have been a little harsh on Inga. Maybe I've got rose-tinted glasses and like to see everybody doing brilliantly, but they deemed the skating skills weaker than that which we have seen from the top 2 contenders thus far. But I definitely, even here, see an improvement. She's not extrovertedly expressive, but there's definitely a conscientious input towards the presentation, more so than I think I remember from her.
Yeah, I think the choreography and the execution of the choreography is excellent, is really at a high level. Perhaps the emotional connection to it is good, but certainly can be much better. So what an outstanding performance by Inga, and she has a personal best of 63.04, and this is a 59.93. Wow, and she did have a minus on the triple Lutz, triple toe loop coming in, so that was a Q on the landing. I'll put her currently into 3rd place, just about 4 points off. As we continue on in group number 2.
And now to a skater in their first Junior Grand Prix, 14-year-old Emilia Nemirovsky, a skater who won the Cranberry Cup. And I've seen some huge jumping passes from her in practice. Hope that they will be evident as she starts her first ever Junior Grand Prix. Emilia Nemirovsky from the United States of America has challenges in her short program, and like I said before she started, I've seen such brilliance from her in practice, and as I suggested, she was coming into this event tipped for success based on the win at Cranberry Cup. She had a 63.31 short program score at that competition. Unfortunately, the mistakes here will make that impossible to replicate.
You can see a real athlete, and you mentioned she's a track and field athlete as well.
Yeah, she does 100 meters, 200 meters, she does high jump, and you can see the elevation, the strength in her legs, but unfortunately Triple Lute's single toe is going to be incredibly costly. This was so difficult. She did a right inside 3-turn entry, which I think is quite swingy, but she controlled it beautifully for that double axel. But here, the flip.
Too far back in the... Oh, my gosh. That was a hard fall, too. Nice.
This event, Ted, as we see her go for the change combo spin, it's such a different experience now. Good body movement within the step sequence, but this is a completely different sphere representing a strong skating nation as she's joined by her coach, who incidentally, her coach Julie Berlin, she has been with since she was 5 years old. So what a huge celebration this is. Almost a decade's worth of collaboration between coach and skater. And obviously this is not the outing that neither Julie or Emilia would have wanted, but good to see that coach is obviously supportive. You know, the coach wants her to come out and showcase the talent that she's worked hard to create.
But the fact that they're both here together, they both earned this to get to this level. Very cool. 46.29, really short of her Cranberry Open score, of course. That'll put it currently in the 6th. Young woman, you are extremely capable. There's no question. Welcome to the bigger leagues and the pressures and uncertainties and all that comes along with it. You have a wonderful road in front of you. It's just a lot of learning, and that learning doesn't always bring joy. Here's Amin Kai from Japan. Mark.
And Amin Kai has had so much experience. World Junior bronze medalist in 2023. She had a back injury that curtailed last season. How will she fare as the 16-year-old from born in Niigata starts her short program? Well, Japan's Ami Nakai has twice already competed at the Junior Grand Prix final. So she comes into this season's Junior Grand Prix with the expectation of repeating that kind of success, a skater that has to believe in her potential, having done it already as a medalist. But the reaction to the clean skate is everything again.
Well, you could see the comfort and the confidence that she has gained in those previous journeys on the Grand Prix, on the Junior Grand Prix, and what a beautiful skate. That was amazing. So confident, so fast and smooth. As we take a look at the double axel, kind of wrapped free leg a little bit. That was a little bit, oh, okay, well, that was nice, but this was spectacular. Triple Lutz, reload, triple toe loop. Great height, all the way clear, good stretch, good back, good arms, good everything. And triple flip a little bit later, launches herself across the ice, and beautiful. But what really makes her, she's in the mid sevens with these GOE, with the GOEs, sorry, not with the GOEs, with the program components. And just watch her upper body movement and her awareness.
Well, the judges want to see expressiveness and projection and a variety of contrast, a variety and contrast of the energy and the movements. And here there were some subtle touches. There was a stop on her toe picks that showcased exactly what the judges would want, the variety of different movements. And so a high presentation score. I think I might have gone pushing towards an 8 for 7.75 is where I go.
Wow.
Ooh,
Mark the
bold
judge.
statement.
Mark the judge.
Yeah.
I'll send a note on the panel.
I'd probably
for
always
you.
be too high though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, her 69.00 is her top score in the short program. That's her personal best. She may or may not come close to that. We'll find out in just a moment. But what a beautiful skate. And she's back, and she's determined, and she's trained, and she's fit, and she's all ready to go. What a great...
Yeah. And I think she probably will have been so desperately eager to get back, having finished just 10th at last year's Japanese Junior Nationals with the back injury she had there.
Yeah, let's take a look at the short program score for Ami Nakai. 66.22, and that puts a woo on her face as she takes over the lead at this stage of the competition. And there is the look at the leaderboard. Once again, Japan, Korea, Georgia, Switzerland. So all really good skaters.
And now to the 15-year-old representing Kyrgyzstan, Jasmine Schlager. And she will skate Ain't Nothing Wrong by Robert Randolph. Jasmine Schlager starts her 2024-2025 season. This is the first international competition of the season for Jasmine, and struggling a little bit. Odd the reaction to the triple lutz landing. You could just sense the skaters again. It's reigniting the competitive feel, and the landing the triple lutz would have been enough for her to do double toe, I think, in practice, but perhaps just today the different levels of adrenaline will have affected her conscientiousness in the moment.
Well, we've talked about a whole list of items that can go wrong or that you haven't experienced in competition, and it takes a skater to go through that list several times to recognize how to prevent it in competition. And you can see on this Lutz here, just too far forward on the landing, lost the momentum, couldn't get up into the toe. And then the triple flip, or she intended triple flip, just a double flip pop, so loss of concentration. The head's down a little bit here, the eyes are down, and so it's hard to sort of take in or be drawn into her performance when she's so focused on each step. Certainly a strong skater, no problem. Some good choreography, some good moves, nice layback spin here. It's in level 3, so missing one feature. But you want to have that confidence level that you can look up and draw people in.
Great to see her proudly sporting the flag.
Easier said than done, of course, Mark. Sorry. It's easy for us to sit here in the chair and comment. I'm going, why did you say that? This is so difficult.
Well, it's like the landing for Jasmine on that triple lutz. When you're in competition, I think your brain's, it's so hard to stay laser sharp focused and in the moment. So in practice, when there's less, I keep talking about the adrenaline, but it does impact your brain space so much. I am positive that Jasmine in practice with that quality of landing the triple lutz would have been able to do double toe. But in competition, your brain is just going 100 miles an hour with all sorts of permutations of options, and that's why I can totally understand why that happened. It's just, again, like I say, she's back in the new season, so hopefully this will serve her for the next event.
In practice sessions, you're a little bit calmer, so you can think quicker. But in competition, you're not as calm. You're tense, so it's hard to think quickly because you're not comfortable. And so, or when I say think, to respond quickly. And that's why it's a new experience, and that's why you have to do a lot of competitions to get comfortable in that situation.
And that's why for the coaches as well, sometimes it's a challenge to give a feedback because this might be unlike what they see in practice. It's very likely that it's unlike what they see in practice. So it's hard to then say, well, come on, you've done it all week long or all month long.
Yeah,
one way, it's just learning ground. It's
very true, and it's difficult to explain, that's for sure. So let's take a look at the scores. Personal best 49.74. That's quite short here with a 37.67. That'll put Jasmine Schlager into 8th place.
A wonderful smile on the face of Riria Kono. We have a Japanese leader at present. This young woman is second at the Advanced Novice Japanese National Championships last season, now taking place in the Junior Grand Prix. Well, what a delightful skater Riria Kono is from Japan, and interesting as she takes her bow at the end of this performance to just consider the mistake that was made in the step sequence. We've seen mistakes made from other competitors already in the event which are almost a reaction to the nerves. This almost seemed like a mistake made from somebody that was so excited to be here. It was the adrenaline was the flip side. It wasn't purely holding her back. It was almost like she was enjoying it too much and then distracted, perhaps.
Exactly. She had skated great up to that point, saving the flip and whatnot, and just really let herself go on those step sequence. We'll see that. Triple toe, reload, triple toe. Nice. You done? Carries some good flow out. Here's the triple flip. Watch her hang on to that landing, and she does. Ooh. She pushes that free leg back. Good for her. And then look at these steps. She's got her head up. She's deep edge, soft knees. And there's a twizzle right there. Watch this head turn, go back on this next twizzle here. I think it right there. She looks up. Just beautiful. And let's see what happens here. And there's a little extension. And there's a 3-turn. Okay, and right in here, there it is. Just lost balance and had to get back up and keep going. Wow.
And as we see the double axel, I was just thinking, what a brilliant job. I think Kana Muramoto is the choreographer. What a brilliant job, the whole team, because Riria is only 13 years old, and yet she's packaged so beautifully. Skating skills, the choreography, everything is just impeccably channeled to produce quality.
Yeah, and you know, she's wearing a little bit of disappointment underneath the surface, keeping nice composure outside, and this is one of those types of experiences that a little 13-year-old's going, I don't want to say confused, but you're going, what happened? Like, that's something that never happens, right? And those are one of that list of hundreds of things that you need to happen in order to become that top senior fighting for a world championship. You don't want them, you don't plan them, but they happen, and they're good for you. Well, long term.
Yeah, not at the time.
not at the time.
But she trains, she trains with Mia Hamada and the coaching staff there, so she's going to be training alongside the junior world champion Mao Shimada. So she's somewhat predestined for success. Let's just hope that she can enjoy all of these events en route to the seemingly inevitable success she'll have.
Well, what great work the coach is doing in the kiss and cry right now, in sort of not distracting her, but sort of keeping things in perspective, and just keeping the situation light, because you don't want them to get too dark on a mistake and too focused on that. So great work. Let's take a look at the short program score. It's still going to be pretty good, 54.55. And they're going, okay, that's okay. With that fall in the steps, she's feeling pretty good. So that'll put her currently into 6th place. Much more to come in the free program from her.
And so to the first of 2 Finnish women competing in Ankara, Daria Trubetson, the 15-year-old who has her own unique music choice, Gangsta's Paradise, for her short program. Well, Daria Trumanson showcases a real fighting spirit. Lots of the elements not looking as comfortable as they might otherwise in practice, but she showcased an eagerness to cling on to everything she could. And her choreographer, Lotta Malinen, was explaining that they wanted to break boundaries and bring something new to the women's short program. And she said that she's so brave to want to embrace the gangster's paradise at this young age. And I totally agree. Not going conventional with the music choice.
Yeah, it was a great fight on this opening triple Lutz. Watch right here. Oh, there's double axel, pardon me. And that was fine, right into the spread eagle and carried some pretty good flow. But watch the fight on this triple Lutz here. And she lands on the toe picks forward, so it doesn't carry a lot of speed, but gets that free leg back in time and pushes straight up. Just get around, and she does, to keep that combination together. It's on the cue, the quarter on the Lutz, but nevertheless, she saved that really nicely. And the flip, this is in as an under rotation. Of course, you could see that. And the lay back to level 3. And these are the step sequence, just level 2, so missing some features in that element.
Yeah, Daria doesn't have the same amount of flow and glide in the skating skills as some of those that we've seen. But the fight, again, evident as we see her struggling with the combo spin a little. Yay.
Well, that's the final skater in group number 2, as we will enter in just a few moments our first ice resurfacing, and Mark's got a lineup of video playbacks. And I had somebody say to me here that they really enjoy what we play during the ice resurfacing. In fact, it makes them sort of not want to go away to, you know, because there's some really interesting stories. There's some really interesting stories. So we thank the ISU for creating a lot of this content, and we'll see some more in just a moment as we take a look at the scores for Daria for the short program. Final skater, group number 2. It's 43.39, and that will put Daria currently into 9th place. 4 more groups to come. And there is a look at your leaderboard for the moment. Some good skaters, some good skating in the first 2 groups, Mark.
Yes, some really strong skating. It felt almost like it could have been the final flight of the free skate based on the quality that we have seen. Let's hope the quality remains the same as we progress through the event.
Exactly. In just a moment, you'll see the standings. And Mark, tell us a little bit about the video list that we'll play back after that.
Yeah, stay tuned to enjoy the winners interview from last week in Bangkok with the amazing history making from Yahan Wang from China, who won China's first Junior Grand Prix gold in the women's event. And then a chance to see our must-watch moments from last week's Junior Grand Prix in Thailand. And finally, a day in the life with Ted and Mark from Yerevan, Armenia last year.
Oh boy. I thought it was Gdansk we did a day in the life.
No, well, I think maybe that was the year before. Or
no, I don't know. Well, you'll find out. If you watch it, you'll find out. So we're going to take a short break on day 1 here after 2 groups in the women's short program, and we're live from Ankara. Enjoy. We'll be back right after this. Bangkok, Thailand, with the women's champion Yihang Wang from China, 194.71. Congratulations, first of all. It's your first Junior Grand Prix title, champion. How do you feel right now?
I feel very happy and surprised too. If I can go and the Junior Grand Prix, and I will be happy. And I have the medal. I'm very excited.
Well, when you came here to Bangkok for this Junior Grand Prix, did you ever think that you could win?
No, I didn't think it, but just I want to be a clean program and do my best.
That was amazing, especially having to skate last. Now, my last question, what is it that you love most about skating?
I like most is to show myself to everyone and always do the best in the competition and work hard in the practice.
Well, congratulations. You are absolutely brilliant in both the short and the free program, and you are the champion here in Bangkok. Yihang Wang from China, the champion here in Bangkok. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bangkok. Well, what a special competition and a special week. It's been amazing. Some new firsts here on the Junior Grand Prix and some special moments to watch. So let's take a look at Ted and Mark's must-watch moments. Mark?
Well, the ice dance event was hotly contested with 4 teams competing here that were within the top 10 at last season's Junior World Championships. But it was Noemi, Maria Tali and Noah Lafernara who continue on their golden winning streak. And now they take another 15 points, the title, prize money, and secure their spot at the Junior Grand Prix final. What about the history-making men's event, Ted?
Well, that was something special, of course. The winner, Yan Hao Lee from New Zealand, and I'm so special because I was born in that country. I never thought I would see a Junior Grand Prix champion, and we do have one. It was an upsetting time for Ryo Nakata, of course. He wanted to win everything this season. He certainly has the ability to do that, but it was a tough time. I spoke with him a little bit and said, although this is very emotional at the moment, this is perhaps the greatest gift that you're going to have, or one of the great gifts you're going to have throughout your career, because you need to have those failures to have the successes. But don't take anything from Yan Hao Lee. His short program was simply brilliant and right on cue, just beautifully done, and such a proud moment for the Association of New Zealand. Mark, what about the women?
And from the first time that a New Zealander has won a Junior Grand Prix, it was the first time that a Chinese woman has won a Junior Grand Prix event, with Yihan Wang winning convincingly and triumphantly with both the win in the short program and the free skate. She may not have had a triple-triple combination in the free skate, but huge rate of execution scores from the judges helped her to achieve a 6-point win over Yo Takagi. And the reaction in the kiss and cry intimates to suggest that Yihan Wang and her team were very expecting of this golden win. On the back of the history-making wins, there were also some amazing other must-watch moments. What stood out for you, Ted?
Well, actually, Hannah Bath from Australia stood out for me, particularly in the free program. She is one of the highest jumpers and most solid techniques, but she also demonstrated for the first time that I've seen her over the last couple of years, some real sensitivity to the music, some artistry, working with the phrasing of the music, the phrasing of the choreography. It was a new addition to her already athletic style. So that was a great addition to this event, and also shows that there's a lot of countries around the world that are now developing in junior. We do not see, at least yet, the domination of Korea and Japan only in this week here in Bangkok. Mark, what about you?
Well, for me, there were a couple of standout must-watch moments from skaters that didn't make the podium, one of which was from Cody Koch, the skater from the Republic of South Africa. He may have finished in just 14th place in the event, but his choreo sequence and a split slide really impressed me, and it'll stand out in my memory. In addition to that, Daniel Moudan and Theo Bijot from France, the junior ice dance team who were 5th overall in the event, chose to exploit a change in the criteria this year. Their opening element, the straight line lift, included an upside down split position done brilliantly by Dania. Previously, that was considered illegal, but now that's an open opportunity for the teams to use, and they did so just perfectly.
Hi everyone, Kaylin Osmond here, and it was so exciting to be able to commentate for some of the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok. It was really incredible to see so many amazing athletes really perform, really putting on a show, and really showing what athleticism is. But I did want to pick out one memorable moment, or one must-watch moment, and that is going to a girl from Switzerland, Leandra. She was really amazing. She had a fully packaged program. You can see the work she puts in on her spins and her jumps, but ultimately it was the matching the music and performing to the music, which is a big highlight for me. You can really see her building into her choreography sequence at the end of the program, and it really just stood out. So congratulations to Leandra, but also congratulations to everybody else.
Well, there's some special moments indeed this week here in Bangkok. We move on to Ankara, Turkey next week, and we'll be back with our must-watch moments from there. Oh my God, Killed boys working out. Jeez. Oh my God. What do I got to contend with here? First of all, half my age, doing pull-ups, pointed toes.
I can't extend too much in this though.
Beauty before beauty before age. Focus on the young guy. Yeah, get the young guy. Okay, there he is. I think we just get our location set up and paper set up. Maybe we, in some cases, both of us interview
That'd be nice.
like the champion.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we haven't done that before.
Because I think now with the height from
They're probably going, what did you say? You're acting. You know? Exactly. Here is the Swiss timing crew. These guys are silent, right? But they are.
Camera.
They're incredible. Incredible. I've been working with Thomas for how many years? Huh?
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. These guys, these are family. Welcome to our home.
The one before?
It's also doubles as a gym, as a family meal table.
Yeah. It's the workout room.
People think that we are by ringside and watch this, but we don't. We actually watch here because we only want to comment on what other people see. So if we're not watching what they're watching, then we're commenting on something they can't see. So having a nice big screen like that.
This is good.
Oh, this is really good.
This is big.
And then we have got our little audio things. Turn the mic off.
Turn Mark off.
Day one here in Gdansk. Mark Conradi live. Finally live. I'll put you on where you're not supposed to be on.
There was one day last week when I was talking away to you and then you said Mark. I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, Poland. Week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix as we do a flyover of the Olivia Arena, and I don't have to reach out and say, Mark, are you there? Mark, you are here.
It'd be a real problem if I didn't speak to you now when we're sitting right beside each other.
You going for tea?
Yeah, I'll come. Yeah.
I don't know about this day in the life of or whatever this thing is. I mean, it's a little annoying that you guys following us here. What do you think, Mark?
This is we've got our
Can't be who we are.
own designated path.
Let's move fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's move fast. That's all. You don't need any more caffeine there, buddy. Yeah, energy is.
He's wired.
I don't want that voice to go any higher.
Rein it in and rein it in.
So how do we want to do this thing?
Are we like this? Like that? Or should we do this? Like.
Oh yeah. No, wait, that's kind of weird, but okay. Beautiful. Thank you. That's it. That's our beauty shots.
Yeah, done. We have to have a like a.
The champions. Up tomorrow will be the rhythm dance. You're going to be bright and ready for that, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That'll start at 10:30 local time here in Gdansk. I'm running to the little boys' room, so I'm taking the mic off.
Yeah.
There's only so far you can go. I would like you to tell the audience what you prepared for dinner. Not yours, because it's all vegetables.
This is my wedgie meal. I mean, do you use the word wedgie? Like-
Yes, but not in that in English.
Like
I'm
a-
sure, yes.
Yeah,
that's what
okay.
it is.
I'm having a wedgie
Nothing to
today.
do- oh my God. Okay, good thing they edit this because
Don't edit any of it. It's all
Completely
good
not
content.
what we got here. Oh, a little note.
The Bentonacci for the Italians.
Well, you can have my vegetables. Oh my gosh.
Come on, you need to try harder.
What is that? Is that a man purse that you have there hanging? I mean, what is that? You trying to show me up here? Not hard.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, this is a star.
I know. It's my turn. Yeah, there you go.
Just trying to compete, you know? I should say to people, I should tell people that, see, they've all gone quiet now. That's the. Is he for real? Is that real?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I need to find the pair team. The pair team. I'm wearing it for the pair team. They're from Dundee.
Now he has a reason.
I have a reason. I have a reason.
Okay.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, that was after you put it on.
Okay. Hey.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ankara, Turkey. Day number 1 on week number 4 of the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty from Nottingham is on the air, joining us with the Ladies Short Program Group number 3. Mark, and we just watched ourselves be silly last season.
Well, it just it reminds me how much fun that we do have on site, and how wonderful it is that I can be at home, but how much fun it is to be on site. And I think perhaps it's for the best, because watching what we've just watched during the resurface leads me to believe that we have no filter, and I get a bit too giddy and excitable when we're together.
I think we had a filter, but we came close to the line. So we had fun. We had fun. You know, we had fun. That was the natural thing. And of course, the crew here did such a good job of putting that together.
So, and they don't get enough praise, the crew. They are brilliant.
Yeah, the funny thing is we're sometimes on camera, sometimes, you know, of course we're always speaking, but, you know, we have the easy part. It's the rest of the crew here that, you know, that do such an amazing job, from Naomi and Rosa and Thomas and Simone and Gianmarco and Giorgio, you name it. The crew, they're amazing, and none of this happens without them, because we just sit in the chair and talk, and how nice is that? Although I would like to walk a little bit more than what we are able to do. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, you know, just to acknowledge, as we watched Stefania Gladke warming up, that Rosa and members of the team, long after we have finished the event, that they are trying to prepare the content that we get to see during the likes of the Ice Resurfers, or stuff that goes out online. And so I remember Rosa texting me last week, asking for lines and just reiterating what a great team they are, that they'll work over and above. And actually, they give up their whole life, because they go on the road with the Junior Grand Prix for the entirety of the 7 weeks.
No, it's incredible, because as we finish and get on the bus to go back, these guys are still editing. They go back to their room, and then they got to upload things, and then they got to correct them, and then they got to fix our problems, our mistakes, and you know, it's pretty remarkable. It really is, and people just do not know what goes into making these shows. And this is, although this is just streaming, it's not like, you know, television with major, you know, 50 people around you, you know, fixing your tie and bringing you coffee. This is a small crew of dedicated people that are doing a remarkable job, and we thank them and the ISU for all the work that they put into. We might be the voices on the competition and in the videos sometimes, but we're the smallest part of the puzzle here, because none of this happens without them.
And as we head towards the later stage of this warm-up, I can confirm, Ted, that we have had some questions in, and that's an opportunity again just to open the forum for anybody that would wish to ask any questions of us throughout just the Women's Short program, but also over the course of the next 3 days. And question that's come in from @allaboutfs. It's currently 3 a.m. in Canada. Do you ever stay up crazy times to watch skating? I'm glad
asking us.
Yeah.
They're asking us if we're going to stay up.
Yes.
To watch it, probably not, but to broadcast it, yes. You know, I
job. So there are times when scheduling dictates to watch skating at crazy times. I remember many times in the UK where I'm from, skaters of old referencing when they stayed up to watch Torvill and Dean compete in their final World Championships in Ottawa, and there was a Zamboni problem and the event was delayed, and I gather there were literally millions of people in the UK that stayed up through the wee hours of the morning to watch the legends win their last world title. So it does happen.
That cannot be right, because Zambonis simply don't break down in Canada. We have so many ice
Oh,
rinks.
of course not. Certainly nothing in Canada could go wrong. Although I was just hearing, actually.
No, tons go
off
wrong.
topic.
Okay, now, what other questions you got there?
Yeah, back on topic.
Yeah, exactly.
We have a really good question come in from @book_wolatzing. Do skaters get to request for inquiry if they thought that their score wasn't right?
Well, it's not like you can protest a call just as you get off the ice. But if there is a calculation error or an input error, I think you have up to an hour. I'm maybe off on the timer. The time may have changed, but it was up to an hour after the completion of the event to submit a protest for, like if you did a triple Lutz, but it goes in as a double Lutz, and you can see it on the sheet that's wrong. They need to look at that, and it might have, or it's some sort of data input error. So, yeah. You can, but it's not like it is another other sports.
Yeah, and certainly, whilst there will be occasions, of course, because sometimes it's subjective, that the skaters and their teams will be frustrated at what they believe was not an accurate reflection of what they delivered, the score sheet does offer opportunity for them to go back to the training rink and reiterate. So the skaters ultimately can take the autonomy over making their stuff so indisputably callable.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we see J.C. Wilson, an Olympic bronze medalist in ice dance and world bronze medalist as well a number of years ago with her student, first skater out in group number 3, Mark.
And it is that of 14-year-old Pampita Lerprawan. And she had acknowledged before the event how proud and honored she is to be working with such an illustrious coaching team here in Ankara. Pampita Lerprawan representing Thailand.
Yeah,
And a skater who's obviously not got the same technical score, Ted, as others, but she skated well for herself.
Yeah, exactly. They should be a little bit disappointed with a single loop on the jump combination, but certainly she's at a certain stage of development, and with the exception of the loop, I think did very nicely there. It's a double Lutz that was nice and tight in the air, and then popped quickly into that single loop, not wanting that. Of course, there's the double flip and the double axe a little bit later. And she gets it clean in the system, so that's good. Change combo spin was 3, and the step sequence 2, and the layback spin at the end was 3. So I think overall, not too bad of a outing. 34.53 is her personal best, and her season best is 31.58. So she might beat that with this program. We'll see.
And Pampita had explained to me that she'd been struggling with an ankle injury coming into the event, so perhaps that's the rationale behind her not having as difficult a tech score as others. But gorgeous Bielman.
Yeah.
And there the difficult exit.
Yeah, that last spin was really lovely. It's beautiful, as we see Pampita in the kiss and cry with her coach Tracy Wilson, and smiles all around. And it was so interesting listening to, I was traveling back in the bus with Tracy and listening to Tracy get Pampita and her mom organize, okay, when we're going to meet for the practice, and making sure that she had something to eat because they had to start really early in the morning, so they couldn't eat beforehand. And so all the details that go into managing an athlete at a competition is quite remarkable. And the coach has to think of everything, because the skater doesn't have a normal life here. It's not like they're at home and can watch TV or go to school and do this and fill their time. They have to learn to fill their time with sort of nothing. So Tracy doing a wonderful job, as all coaches do, managing that. Season's best, 33.26 for Pampita, and that'll put her currently into 12th place. Good work by Coach Tracy here, and in encouraging this young skater at the age of 14 through this experience, and with eyes clearly set moving forward, and starting to improve on a pathway. Mark?
And now to Anna Stepanovic, a skater who hasn't had ice in her city since March, somebody who doesn't have the same opportunities as others in regards to ice availability, but describes her own story as one of perseverance and courage. Ana Skapanovic, the Serbian skater, completes her short program. And as I said, she described her story as one of perseverance, courage and friendship. She's been her own coach and choreographer since she was 10. But recently, Yulia Belova moved to their city and the club. And she and Yulia are bravely developing the sport in a city that has ice for only 6 months of the year.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a pure passion for her sport and participation. And congratulations on that. As we take a look at some of the elements in her program, she'll open up with the double axel. That was nicely done. Good extension. And here is the triple sow. That's on the quarter with a touchdown into the double toe loop. And the double flip a little bit later in the program. Of course, no problem with that. A little falling teeth at the end. And transitions out of that element. And Mark, here's some of the steps.
Yeah, and you can see there's the cluster, good use of the blade, real commitment to the step sequence, and also I sense the joy, the sense of freedom in Anna's movement. And perhaps, I think I saw her struggling with the double axel in the warm-up, so perhaps when she knew that she had got to this point in the program, she's able to relax, let loose and enjoy herself, as we see her moving on up into the bail-in position.
Yeah, all different standards, all different standards of enjoyment and pleasure. And you can see a nice smile at the end of her face, at the end of the program on her face, and going, okay, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I accomplished what I wanted to do here. So great job by Anna. Oh, look at that. That's awesome. Hey?
Yeah, great to see them using the kiss and cry area to send a moment of thanks and gratitude to those that are watching. And I'm sure there are some people somewhere watching a screen right now that are bursting with pride watching Ana Skapanovic at the conclusion of her short program.
Mom and dad for sure, and any siblings and friends and schoolmates and skating colleagues. Let's take a look at the scores. 33.01 is her personal best in the short program, and we'll see what this score will be. It is a new personal best for her, 37.12. This is her first competition of the season of the Junior Grand Prix, so that'll put Anna currently into 11th place, but a new personal best, so something accomplished here in Ankara, at least at this point in the competition.
Now to Sara Schiavone Recchio, the Spanish 18-year-old who told me that being here is a victory in herself. She had short-term goals of competing at the Junior Grand Prix and starting her studies at the Faculty of Medicine. Both have come true. Sara Recchio, as I said before she started, her goal was to be here as the fellow members of the Spanish team support her ringside. Her goal to be here. She studies and juggles her academic pursuits as well. And Sara explained to me that skating is much more than just a sport for her. It's a passion that gives her freedom and fills her with happiness. Whether or not she'll feel free and happy competing with the pressure of being on the Junior Grand Prix, that's a whole other matter. But how wonderful that we know that this is a skater who so appreciates their craft.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And going into medicine, I mean, think about her life journey. And this is just something she's wanting to do and enjoying it. And, you know, it's part of her life for sure. It won't be her whole life. And that's just spectacular. Great respect for what she's doing. There's the triple toe loop. Gets all the way around into the double toe 2-foot landing, but good on the triple toe. Just lost some momentum. That double axel, there it is, but then has to take the fall. She's too far back on the heel and a little bit further down. We see some of the steps, Mark.
Yeah, and as we look to see this Choctaw turn and another Choctaw, those are some of the turns the technical panel are trying to use to up the level of that step sequence. And there's not the same level of depth of edge as we see with double flip, which was okay. Little travel on the sit side feature.
Yeah, and certainly, you know, with a busy life, probably not as much time on the ice to be able to prepare for a competition like this, but able to experience it, and that's the good thing.
Yes, so true. And that was the goal, to get here, to be able to compete in the JGP, the Junior Grand Prix, and here she is, proudly doing so. She has a list of coaches: Carolina Sanz, Jordi Lafarja, Ivan Saez, Alibel Allegra. I'm not sure who's here with her, but all of the people that have brought her to this point, she's blowing a kiss to, I'm sure, now.
Yeah. They have a whole team behind them, supporting them technically and emotionally. 26.75 for Sara. That'll put her currently into 14th place. And you can see the coach going, that's okay, that's okay, that's good. You know, understand, big part of the lesson is just understanding why you're doing this and where you're at with this and what you get out of this, right?
And so 2 weeks ago, Stefania Gladki was on the podium in Ostrava, her first Junior Grand Prix assignment. She has 13 points from that event to count towards potentially securing a spot at the Junior Grand Prix final. She'll be wanting a clean skate in the short program to stay in contention of doing so. fascinated to have an insight into the mindset for Stefania Gladke from France as she concludes the program, because I think there's huge respect in the way in which she has conducted herself here because of the pressure she may have felt as her fans cheer her on ringside.
Yeah, you know, Mark, and I get the sense, having watched that program, I mean, it's brilliant, it's beautiful, that this was a little bit more of a struggle than her last Junior Grand Prix because the expectation might be a little bit higher. So she was still very clean, but just a little bobbles here and there, just small little ones. Maybe even some of the judge didn't see it. It's possible, but it wasn't quite as comfortable, perhaps.
Yeah, the kind of skill where you're having to fight, but just, I love the delicacy of her hand movements.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
And this back chalk, she did like a chalk to a bit of a closed mohawk, but that difficult transition out of the flip was great.
And here's the triple Lutz, gets a free leg back, not a lot of speed there, pushes up, and she gets around. She's on the quarter on the Lutz, but not on the toe loop, so yeah, good fight, which is another skill you have to have in this sport. And here's some of the steps.
Yeah. And here we were talking about the seemingly the honesty in which Stefania moves with. She doesn't look too contrived with her movement. She's so well trained, so well taught, but it's not forced. There's a naturalness to it. Here you can see that difficult feature from the sit to the camel that has to be one of the features, or one of the features is using level 4. If we're to really nitpick, the speed of the spins in terms of grade of execution will what perhaps separates her from the front runners.
Yeah, and she has a 61.45, just 14 years old, so we'll see how close she comes to that. She's going to need a 63.35 just to take third spot, and she's 3 points shy of that, so she's going to find herself in fourth place after the short program. Well, we're not sure. There's more skaters to come. Could be lower, right? But at the moment, she's in fourth place. Such a lovely skater. There's no question of that. A very bright future. Success so far. We'll see what happens in the free program, but so enjoyable to watch.
And now to Amanda Getzo, a skater who broke her foot at the end of last season, so she had to have 3 months off. Obviously healed now. She skates to Moonlight Sonata for Amanda Getzo. Amanda Getzo, the 14-year-old from Torino, who, it's difficult because she will be frustrated with the opening jump combo, but knowing that she had that fracture in her foot and she's been off the ice for months, this will be a triumph to be back competitively ready.
Yeah, and I have to say that step sequence was just beautiful, creative, innovative. It is in that just level 3, but we'll take a look at some of that because it was just beautifully presented. As we see this first element here, didn't get a lot of lift, did not get high enough on this, and she can see, well, she did get the round on that, but this is under rotated here. Yeah, that's way under rotated and has to take the fall. So, and I thought, well, maybe that's her jumping, but it's not. She lifted up beautifully on the other. Watch her take more air time here. Lifts way up. Feet get together. Legs are nice and straight. Gets all the way around. And then the double axel a little bit later. And arms, free leg and arms lift her off the end of that edge. Gives her some great flight. Gets all the way around. And some nice transitional movements on the exit.
Yeah, gorgeous turnout after that back counter. And here, the judges have their criteria for the composition component, and here's the use of the blade and the heel. The judges request in the criteria intricate body movements, and that the element becomes a part of the sequence of movements. And here, the step sequence choreography by coach Eduardo de Bernardi is just a brilliant example of that. Oh, even the head, the back. That was a fantastic use of multi-dimensional use of space and body, and
yeah,
real shout out to the coach and choreographer.
Some real nice isolated movements, whether it was shoulders or hand or head, that sometimes worked in coordination with other parts and sometimes just by themselves. So wonderful detail in that step sequence, and looking forward to the free program, which has a little bit more time to explore that. Wow, lovely.
Yes.
So 51.79 is her personal best. We'll see how close she comes to that, but that first element will be the costly mark.
Yeah, too true. And when I look at some of the smaller internationals that Amanda did last season, she was normally scoring in the mid-50s, but you know, the jump combo is so valuable. If we look at the leader, Amina Kai, her jump combo had over 11 points. So although not everybody has that quality as the leader, Amina Kai, it does give an indication, if it doesn't work, how much of an impact that can have on your total.
Yeah, it's called the technical program for a reason. Because you know, those, you have 3 jumping passes and they're critical, and you're not going to win the competition with the short only, but you can certainly put yourself a little bit further down in contention. But what a lovely skater. Tough start to the program, but beautiful finish.
And another skater who is very good academically, our coach Eduardo would explain that she works hard on the ice and in school and doing very well at school too, as is so often the case. You know, 14 years old, but managing to be academically successful and represent your nation at a sporting event. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty special when you think of how short time that you have to do all of that. 49.23 for Amanda, and that'll put her currently into 8th place. Lovely skater. Really enjoyed watching this short program. Looking forward to the free, and hope that she can demonstrate in all the jumping passes that great lift and flight in the air that she did in the final 2 passes.
And now to Sienna Kaczmarczyk, representing Australia, a skater who last year, 2 weeks before the Gdansk Junior Grand Prix, ruptured the syndesmosis ligament in her ankle on a triple Lutz and had to have 2 surgeries to stabilize her ankle. Now, I think that's her simulating the jump takeoffs, and we wish her health and happiness over the next 3 minutes or so. Sienna Kaczmarczyk, representing Australia. A skater who is just having the first two elements reviewed by the technical panel here in Ankara regarding probably the rotation done on the triple jumps. But knowing all that she's been through, knowing that she was derailed from competing at the last season's Junior Grand Prix, hopefully her participation here in Ankara has been an exciting one. She certainly loved her Youth Olympic experience earlier this year.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get those experiences you're so excited about, and then you get another one and you deal with the ups and downs and the journey. You realize that the excitement of one sometimes doesn't, carry over to the next one, right? So there's a look at the triple flip, which is downgraded. You can see that landing forward, and here's some of the steps in the program, and certainly could use a little bit more upper body movement, of course, and still lots of room for work. And as we take a look at the double axel, no problem to get that done. You may want to cover a little bit more ice coverage on the takeoff through the air, and on the landing a little bit more flow, but overall nicely done. And her personal best is 39.97, so we'll see how close she comes to that.
And Sienna, as I mentioned, she was so happy competing. She managed, after the surgeries that she'd had to stabilize her ankle, 12 weeks after that, she managed to compete at the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon, and she, just following her social media, obviously saw so much joy from that event. And now, as you know, we've talked about some of the seniors who after the Olympics have a post-Olympic slump. Now maybe for Sienna it's another build up. She's had such a busy year last year trying to get to the Winter Youth Olympics, having to go through the injury, and now it's perhaps a bit of a rebuild now at the start of her Junior Grand Prix campaign this year.
Yeah, maintaining the positive energy through the difficult times of injuries and keeping it going year after year, that's a part of the journey that is also a skill that you need to learn, and you need to take breaks. You really need to have time off. 35.88 is the short program scores for Sienna, and that'll put her currently into 14th place. And Sienna's the last skater in group number 3 as we move on to group number 4. 35 entries. Noon and Saturday.
Yeah, I remember in Istanbul last year the volume of fans grew and grew and grew, particularly at the weekend when obviously school and work aren't likely to take keep people away.
Any more questions there, Mark?
None that have come through as yet, but looking forward to hearing from those of you that are tuning in. And I'll just pose of you, Ted, the question as to perhaps how long that rink has been there, because it looks so brand new. I don't know if you're aware of how long they've had the facility.
I think this facility back in 2000, I don't remember what year it was, 2011 maybe? Maybe 2011, they had a Junior Grand Prix here in Ankara, and it wasn't broadcast like this. They copied the videos and they uploaded them to YouTube. It was early on in that process. So I'm pretty sure it's this building because I remember watching that, and I remember those seats, those steep white seats. But
it is big.
Yeah, no, it's big, and it's a beautiful facility, and I think there's a big mosque or church right beside it. It's just spectacular, and kind of a little bit in the rural area, and beautiful trees, and everything's so tidy and clean and fresh, and it's 24 degrees outside right now. It's sunny, and it's just beautiful. Mind you, I don't feel that or even see that, but we're in a room. That's okay. And yeah, it's good. Okay, so do we have to start begging for questions?
Yes, otherwise I have to quiz you, and nobody wants to be quizzed by Mark and Retty because we know how intense that can get.
You've already done that, and it doesn't work. I'm able to change the topic in mid-sentence. No, okay.
That's when when an interviewer quizzes an interviewer. I've seen that happening whereby they say, "No, I know what you're doing here.
Yeah,
you can stop that interview process."
Exactly.
I'm always fascinated though, Ted, as we watch the warm-up to see how the skaters use their warm-up time. And we saw, I think it was Alice Smith, the British representative, doing a host of wally jumps, and then you see here just the waltz jump. It's always so interesting to see like the heel click, even that, the untrained eye might not appreciate that's a technique that the skaters and the coaches will use. Everybody has their different approach to the pursuit of their excellence.
And that heel click really is to get the feet together. We often talk about when you go into a double axel or a triple jump, you want those ankles to be stuck crossed and stuck right together, because you need to be sleek and tight in the air in order to rotate quickly. And so and you need to be quick to do that. So that little kick gets that quickness. And we saw that in that triple flip right there. Feet were nice and tidy and close together.
Yeah, and in terms then of the grades of execution, which we will discuss as the event and the season continues, for the jumping passes, the first 3 positive things the judges will look for are very good height and very good length of the jump. So seeing if the skater can have almost a rainbow type trajectory, up long and high, and then good takeoff and landing.
Yeah, we talk about that, and I think that's really important to sort of reiterate, and we'll try to do that through the next group, is the speed that you've got coming in, and we don't have a radar gun on them, but let's call it, you've got a good 7 or 8 kilometers an hour coming into a jump. You want that to leave the ice at the same speed of 7, 8 kilometers an hour. Travel through the air at that same speed, and when you land, you might touch your toe picks. It might slow down a bit, but you don't want it to slow down very much. You want to keep that same speed on the landing as well. When you see a skater on a tight curve, on the back edge, they're at 6 kilometers an hour, then all of a sudden they do a tight curve, they slow down to 3 or 4, then they go up into the jump and they don't have any momentum, and now they're down to 1 or 2 kilometers on the landing. That is GOE affected. That's good. The judges can see that does not continue the trajectory and the momentum through that jump, and that affects the grade of execution, which is the quality score. I know we use grade of execution, but I always want to go back to the word quality, because that's what grade of execution is.
Yeah, and the criteria, we keep referencing all of these fine details, but the criteria is something that just gets embedded in the judges' understanding, so they have their positive GOE criteria and the judges will know it comfortably.
Yes.
And then equally there are the reductions for errors chart. So there's a list of reductions, so touching down or hand down or 2-footed landing or poor rotational position. These all can have an impact, and the judges will be eagle-eyed in knowing what to do with each element.
Yeah, there's no option there. It's not subjective from that perspective. If the hand goes down, it's an automatic -1. If 2 go down, it's an automatic -2. So there's no options there, and of course their scores are evaluated, looked at. So the judges are really good with that, and have that clear list. It takes the subjectivity out of it, allows them to just follow the instructions as given by the ISU, and it's determined by the technical committee. So it's when you look at the report cards, you can always do that online if you go onto the ISU and you go to the event, and then you go to the results of that event, and you look at the what's it called, the detailed results. You look at the detailed results, you'll see the report card of each skater, and it identifies each technical element and whether it's a plus or minus by each one of the judges. So you can see the process by which these skaters actually get scored, and it's not one judge making the decision, oh, I'm going to put them first. It's an evaluation of all the detail put into a pot with a calculation process that comes out and places the skater in that program. Okay, enough of rambling on. saved by the last minute. Okay, group number 4, Mark.
And this chance to see another skater who comes into this event with high expectations, having finished 3rd in Osaka last year at the Junior Grand Prix, as Coach Chang Wei-Tu gives final parting encouragement and intensity to Yu Feng Tsai. The skaters have just 30 seconds from their name being called out to assume their start position. And Yu Feng shall skate to Take On Me. perfect reaction to a clean skate from Yufeng Tsai, who, as I mentioned before she started, may have come into this event feeling increased pressure. The success that she had last year, becoming the first skater from Chinese Taipei to win a medal at the Junior Grand Prix. Now, you know, you assume when you've had that success that anything less than is going to be a disappointment, but she has done all she possibly can to repeat the success.
Well, Mark, I think she could have punched that air a little bit more energy, because that was a solid program. That was really good. What a beautiful skater, and some real sensitive moments as well, and some great success with the elements. There's the triple toe. Covers a lot of ice. You talked about that, covering a lot of ice on the GOE and height as well. As we take a look at the triple flip, good lift, little bit loose legs in the air. It's not affect the GOE a little bit, but gets all the way around. Here's this double axel. Watch the ride at the end of the edge, way up in the air, soft knees, and rides that back outside edge beautifully.
And some lovely touches and choreography by David Wilson, who's so renowned for his brilliance, but he acknowledged on Instagram what a delight that Yufeng is to work with. So when you've got a brilliant choreographer who's enjoying the collaboration with you, you're guaranteed to get some good work. And here she's twizzling clockwise with her palms turned up, finishing with a delightful smile to the audience, or sorry, to the judges. Just showcases the intensity of the work that's been done in this choreo.
Yeah, and David Wilson does such a great job for so many skaters around the globe, and it's so interesting. He's taught so many skaters for so long that those skaters have also become coaches and choreographers. So he's not just teaching skaters, he's teaching the next generation of coaches, and that's a huge contribution to the sport of figure skating around the world. And so I wanted to recognize that, because we know him as a choreographer, but he's also been a foundational leader of the next coaching generation and choreographers as well. So thank you to David Wilson for all the work that he's done, as well as all the other great choreographers we have around the world. We're very lucky in our sport to have so many wonderful creative people.
And as we await the scores for Yufeng, knowing that her PB came from that bronze medal winning event last year in Osaka of 61, it's looking like it's going to fall short, and I think that may be a bit of a tech score issue. It's just level 2 on the change foot combo spin, a level 2 in the step sequence. So
yes,
perhaps that's the reason why it's going to fall a bit short.
That's a 57.51 as Yufeng sort of turns out sideways. Oh, okay, well, that's okay. That puts her currently in 6th place. This is a very good skater who's going to have to fight for every point and every detail to be competitive with this top group, and she can do it. The qualities are there.
And a confident skate onto the ice as she presents to the judges for Leah Lyubanova, the 14-year-old Bulgarian born in Sofia, skating to music by Justin Timberlake for her short program.
Well, this is a perfect example of a skater who's not going to challenge for the top, but has some aspects that are challenged or do challenge for the top. Some of the upper body choreography in the step sequence and the detail in which she moves, it's just beautiful. She's slower, there's no question, doesn't carry the same speed, but she carries some qualities that are absolutely exquisite. Just the posture.
Yeah, even there in the start position, yeah.
And look at the detail here. She understands it's not just about the 3 jumps, which are less than a second or 2 seconds in the air. There's triple sow, triple toe, how she made it work. Does it cover ice? No. Does it have flow on the landing? No. Not yet. There's triple flip, has a problem with that, not all the way around. She's not tight in the air. That is part of the problem. Once she learns to spin quickly and tightly in the air, she'll have a better jump like that. The double axel, and do falling leap. But look at some of these elements here, some of these steps here. Watch the head and the arms. I'm going to slow this down a little bit so you can see some of the details. And coming up here, watch her flip. Look at that head. Goes right up to that to the right arm. Head goes down, then up with the left arm. These are small little details that a lot of skaters don't do. And she follows through with every movement. And now, you know, the level of difficulty is level 3 on this, but the quality is really nice. She has a positive GOE in that. Go ahead, Mark. I'm hogging the time here.
No, I completely agree, and it's so great that you're acknowledging it, because to me it looks like Leah, I suspect, and it's a complete guess, but I suspect that she's ballet trained or very dance trained, because you can see through the back alignment and the way that she holds her free leg that she's always really mindful of the aesthetic of her movement. And it's perhaps a shame that it's not rewarded more, because aesthetically she didn't really hit a bad line at any point.
No.
Obviously the jump technique is still the area of focus, and you could argue, well, maybe it's because she's done so much alignment work on her ballet or whatever.
Yeah, thank you, Leah, for really presenting that program so beautifully, and it is recognized. In the sport of figure skating, it won't get the value yet. It gets its value, but the whole thing doesn't get the value that you want it to be. But you have wonderful qualities that are enjoyable to watch, and that she's in the mid-5s for the composition, presentation, and the skating skills. But you can do a lot more. You know, add a lot more speed and work on those elements, technical elements. The jumps, 41.85, that puts her 13th. But her quality is quite special. Wow, that was fun. That was nice. Okay, I'll be quiet on the next one. Mark, you go ahead.
It's all good.
I get carried away when somebody says, wow, that was really awesome.
And that's everything that the Junior Grand Prix is wonderful for. As we look to another skater who's competing in their second Junior Grand Prix this season, Elena Catherine Mills. She was in Austria. She will skate to Dernier Danse by Indila. Well, that concludes the short programs on the Junior Grand Prix for Helena Catherine Mills representing Brazil. And interesting to see, in comparison with her first event, the planned program content has tweaked and changed a little bit for Helena. She had previously had her double axel later in the program when she competed in the Czech Republic, brought it earlier, and it has been more successful because she had a fall on that element in her first JGP, and bringing it earlier in the program has made it more successful.
Yeah, she brings a nice personality into the program. As we take a look at the triple Salchow, this does not get all the way. It's under rotated, takes the fall, really slow checking out. Double axel pushes up, gets the free leg back nicely, secures the landing. I'd like to cover a little bit more ice on that. And I thought I'd take these traveling 3 turns, pushes into a really nice camel. Watch it change the edge right here, right there. From back inside to forward outside. So it gets that feature. And the arms come out, and we'll see here, just in this back intermediate position, there's the double flip, pardon me. Small throughout the program, though, eh? Kind of had a nice attitude towards it.
Yeah, totally. And I remember watching Helena compete not just this year, but also last year, and she oozes a joyful energy on the ice. And it's like we said with the previous skater from Bulgaria, Leah, that although Helena Catherine Mills doesn't have some of the technical difficulty that we see from others, what she does in the step sequence here and the joy that she oozes is memorable. And I remember her from last year.
Yeah, it's interesting because, and that's one of the reasons I think that both of us agree with, especially with the juniors, that when they have something that is really actually good, but their placement isn't high, we want them, that's why our comments are such, we want them to understand that it is seen, that what they have done really well is seen and appreciated. And then there are things to work on, no question, right? So for Helena, obviously covering a little bit more ice on the jumps so that they're not too tight around the corner. A little bit more difficulty, of course, tighter in the air, those types of things. But she has nice choreography and nice presentation on the ice, really nice. Good spins as well. So 34.27 is her personal best, and she's a season's best of 33.19, so she beats her first time out on the Junior Grand Prix this season, and that will put her currently into 19th place.
And now to Nela Snebergereva, representing the Czech Republic, and she has explained that she's chosen a horror music for a short program because when she's nervous, it's better for her to make scary faces, and so I would love that approach to controlling the nerves as she skates to Night of Horror.
Well, let's take a look.
Nela Snebergerova from the Czech Republic, totally embracing the concept. She said that this is something new and different for her, this horror music theme, and there were some really evident nuances towards it, right through to the makeup as well. And what were your thoughts, Ted?
No, I was just going to say, you know, it's an interesting pick because you don't have to act, well, you are acting to a certain degree, but you don't have to, you know, smile or, you know, be cheerful. This is pretty dark, right? And so it's a totally different type of approach and probably matches some people's sort of feeling during competition.
And as we look at that flip, I just look back to see on the skating scores, and Nella hasn't, I think, landed triple flip in competition yet. So she's obviously debating the use of the double or the triple, which is mandatory in the short program, as we see her fighting through the combo spin.
And here's some of the steps. The steps are in at a level 3, so this is the final element of the program, and she does get a level 3, which is pretty good. 2 spins, 4, or the 3 spins were at level 4, so it gets good scores off of that. And then I don't know how she got that lipstick smeared on the chin as a representation of blood. I'm going, wow, this is really dramatic. She played the role
how great that her
perfectly.
coach is on site. Yeah, played the role. How great the coach is there to, be in character, show the judges your commitment to your presentation component, but make sure that you look good in the kiss and cry.
Yeah,
Good.
here you go. Yeah.
Wipe it off.
Yeah.
Yay.
2 more skaters in this group. So
You can see the sigh from the coach.
Yeah, 34.64 is her personal best, and this beats that by quite a bit, 42.09, and that'll put Nella currently into 13th place. Has to be happy with that score from a personal best perspective. And that triple flip needs a little bit more rotation in the air. It was downgraded in the program.
And now to 13-year-old Alice Smith. And she will skate to music by Vivaldi, for Vivaldi. Alice Smith, the youngest competitor that we have seen thus far in this event in Ankara, opened with the triple flip, but then mistake on the jump combo will be costly, and you sensed, Ted, that perhaps her age was just a little bit evident as she started to lose focus towards the end of the program, perhaps.
Yeah,
just there
sorry.
with the double axel.
I'm sorry, I missed the first two elements, didn't clear them out from the last skater. So we see some of the end of the program here. She works her way through the step sequence and a little unpolished on some of the positions on the landings, and just want to point those toes and stretch those knees. But she's athletic and she's quick, which is really good, and very young, so it's a bright future.
Yeah, and as we see her working through this step sequence, you can see not the knee and ankle depth that we've seen from the Japanese skaters that lead the field, but we can see, although mistakes are made on the triple lutz, that she's got the technical content and this donut position, the camel side variation that she's doing now, a testament to the fact that she can do level 4 in the spins, and she can do the jump content. Now it will be very much a focus upon the skating skills, I'm sure, in practice.
Yeah, she's pretty quick and agile and not afraid, but some of the technique and positioning needs a lot of work, just to be very efficient in the air. So as she grows, that efficiency will be maintained in her technique. Right now, it's through that energy, and you kind of want a combination of both. You want the energy and you want that good body alignment and posture to help you be efficient both in spins and in air.
And Alice, she's competing at the Dennis 10th event and the Tayside Trophy, so she'll be, like so many of the others, trying to achieve the minimum technical element score to potentially compete at the Junior World Championships. And this stepping stone in her sort of education of the competitions to be able to do that.
With the short program score for Alice, she doesn't have a personal best or a season's best first time out. A 41.42 for Alice Smith from Great Britain. That'll put her currently into 15th place. But some experience gained here. And she's very young, so she'll need as much experience as she could possibly get early on as she continues to develop and apply both in practice and in competition. Here's the final skater in group number 4.
And that is Victoria Tabe Arta Sanchez, a Mexican skater. So proud to represent her nation on the Junior Grand Prix. She competed last year in Gdansk. This is her first Junior Grand Prix of the 2024 season. Victoria Arta Sanchez just scrunches her face up a little bit in reaction to that short program performance, Ted.
Yeah, and Mark, we saw a clear example of the differences in juniors from a 13-year-old, young 13-year-old just before her, and with Victoria, 19 years of age, you see the maturity of performance for sure, but different stages of technical development. So that's what juniors is about. It's growing up, and everybody's at a different stage of physical and psychological development. As we take a look at some of the parts of the program for Victoria, here is a look at the double axel at the top of the program. That is downgraded, so that will take a big hit on the score. The triple salchow, this is downgraded as well with the fall, and then the double flip, no problem there. And some of the steps, Mark.
Yeah, and it was great to see Elena Catherine Mills supporting Victoria Arta Sanchez, a Brazilian competitor, supporting the Mexican skater, and that's something that Coach Mary Roriz is really passionate about, is developing figure skating in all Latin American countries. And Victoria's coach, or one of her coaches, Mary Roriz, was explaining that she's been doing tours to provide seminars to try and promote figure skating within different cities in Latin America, and how wonderful that is.
Yeah, and the ice sports like figure skating doesn't really exist in basic society there. There are some peripheral people that might do it, but the ice rink is not a place that people visit very often. And so to have it visible and for people to say, oh, well, maybe that's an option for my kids, I'll try it, right? So you just need that exposure, and you need passionate people to promote it, and that's what we see. And we're seeing more countries in South America joining the ISU, so that's really good news. And we've seen skaters from Ecuador and Chile and Argentina and Mexico and Colombia. Have we had Colombian skater yet? I think we did once.
I think so.
Yeah, so we continue to grow. 23.51 as she puts her hands over her face, and she wondering about that score. But when she looks at the report card, she'll see the errors and the downgrades, because sometimes it's hard to feel when you're performing, you know, that your foot is really downgraded, not under. Yeah. Okay, so that takes us to another ISU surfacing, Mark. What is on the film, the ISU Films agenda?
Well, we can have a look at the winner's interview from Kaoruko Wada, the winner in Ostrava, and then to the mic'd up series with Yekaterina Gariza, and then to the fun from last year's Junior Grand Prix in Istanbul in Turkey, from the backstage antics there, and finally a chance to look at World Ice Skating Day, the brilliant initiative from the International Skating Union.
Well, we hope you enjoy it, and we'll be back right after this.
Omedetou gozaimasu, subarashikata desu. How are you?
まさか優勝できるとは思ってませんでしたし、ショートもフリーもすごく楽しんで演技することができたのですごく良かったです。
Now, I understand that the great Mao Asada, 3-time world champion, is your idol. How much of an inspiration is she to you?
ソチオリンピックを見た時にすごく感動してスケートをやってみたいって思った時からずっと憧れで、真央ちゃんはステップがすごく上手いですし、サインももらったことがあってすごく優しいので大好きです。
You will compete again on the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk, Poland. What are your goals now that you've won this event? What are your goals for that competition?
今回まだまだ足りないところがたくさんあると思うので、そういうところをさらに克服してポーランドではもっと楽しく、もっと完璧な演技を皆さんにお見せできるように頑張りたいです。
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the Junior Grand Prix series. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Oddio, portare. Speriamo che oggi sorride. Mi ha abbinato, guarda. Sembra mio figlio. Ricordati di aprire sia la gamba che le braccia contemporaneamente. Molto meglio. Tanto, fai la prima. Lo fai subito e via. Forse è meglio così, meno sofferenza.
No, nada, va bene. Cioè, è un freelance che
Ti vedo bene.
a Berna.
Quanto hai aspettato per questa opportunità?
Tutta l'estate. Un anno, anche di più.
E sei finalmente qui?
Tirerò fuori tutto il mio sangue latino che so dentro.
Mi piace questo.
Io tiro fuori il mio sangue classico. Che calma.
And figure skate. Sei qui finalmente, tesoro, vai tranquilla. Fai quello che riesci, ok? Divertiti. Ce la puoi fare, ce la puoi fare. Vai.
Look at that care. You can just sense that care and compassion.
Very interesting.
Dai, avanti! Sai che non ti ho mai visto sorridere tanto in gara?
Poi siamo partiti totalmente dimenticata.
Ah, sei partita bellissima, convinta?
No, domani faccio una.
Uno solo?
No, due.
Pensa a quello che devi fare, non a quello che non devi fare. Credi in te stesso. E
Non sbaglio mai.
rimane così oggi? Oggi non sorride. Questo è buono.
Sì.
Adesso immagina se facevi anche la combinazione. Dove andavi?
Dai.
This is Mark right here, Mark Honready. Welcome back to the second JGP in Istanbul. Like, look at this.
We always want to make sure we have our team here to cheer them on.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
Welcome back, everyone, to Ankara, Turkey. I'm Ted Barton, Mark Hanready joining us from Nottingham, and we are on group number 5 in the women's short program. A long day of competition here, and Mark, it was interesting on the break. I just stepped outside and met some of the adult skaters here in Turkey who compete actually in the Oberstdorf adult competition, and some of them have won their categories, and they have tremendous enthusiasm for and passion for this sport, and they follow the juniors and they follow us, of course, and it's nice to see that, you know, and to remind people that skating is for life. So even if, and I asked her, Naz, when she started skating, she said 2011, so, you know, quite much later in life, and enjoys it tremendously. And so and there is an international adult competition happening right now in Calgary, Canada. There's 275 adults from around the world. And well, come on, North America, you don't pay attention to North America. Anyways, and so it's interesting because, you know, these are young skaters now, but as they go through life and maybe some of them may become adult skaters, to go back and enjoy. And I asked Naz what she loved about skating, and she says, I love to spin. I love to skate to music, and she skates to Turkish music and whatnot. So I just, you know, after speaking with her and the others and her coach, wanted to remind the audience that skating is not just for the young here, but it's also for many in life, and it brings great joy no matter how fast you go or how slow you go or what music you skate to. There's a sense of freedom on the ice, and unless you've done it, it's hard to explain that sensation. So any of those adults out there that never thought of trying it, give it a try. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
It's such a good talking point, Ted. I'm so glad you brought it up, because I actually think that we could, well, the competitive skating world could probably learn a fair amount from the adult community, insofar as I think so many of the skaters on the ice now, and myself included, and I'm sure you would say the same, we're so incredibly fortunate to have found something that we love as much as ice skating. I know that then for a lot of the competitive skating community who devote their life to it, they try to get to the World Championships like I have and you have, and then they transition out of it, and then there's often a difficulty for them to know how to skate when they're not so used to training and to train with a view to compete. And so the adult skating community that so often skate because they just love it, that's something that I think a lot of competitive skaters kind of need to learn to rekindle, perhaps beyond their competitive days.
Yeah, it really, it's funny because I can't picture myself going out to figure skate now, but to skate, and I played hockey, and well, not at this age. I'm going to break every bloody bone in my body if I, by happen chance, hit my toe pick and do a face plant. But you know, it's such an interesting sport, and just as I told the story about these fans that travel from the United States, and Brian, and first time trying the ice and going on, and now he's learning to back crosscut, and we watch this for entertainment and for the fascination of these youths. But if you've ever wondered what it feels like, go and try it. It's something very special indeed, that's for sure.
And actually, Ted, as you have just mentioned that Skate Canada North American International Adult Competition, Skate Canada is providing a live stream of the adult competition. Well, so if you finished with enough Junior Grand Prix...
How did you possibly beat me to that? Because that was my next thing I'm going... And if I wasn't here, I would be there streaming that competition. But
of course you would.
So yeah, if you want to see some adult competition and the pure joy and freedom that they have, they're doctors and scientists and lawyers and, you know, moms and dads and all sorts of people from around the world and it's completely different type of skating. They go a lot slower, they're a lot more careful, but they have as much passion, probably more so. They don't have the same fear that these skaters would have. There's just a pure joy. And so take a look at it. You can visit that live stream on skatecanada.ca. Not sure I'm supposed to be promoting other events. But anyways, I am promoting the sport of skating, and hopefully that's okay.
it's an ISU adult comp, so maybe that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there you go. Let's just turn off Mark and Ted and go to the other the other event. Yeah. Okay. So any questions in? No, we're filling the air, aren't we?
It's absolutely. So we urge you all to send any questions that you may have, or indeed if you're watching, supporting, we would love actually to hear maybe from the parents, because you do such a wonderful job, Ted, of acknowledging the support of the parents. If they even have the, I'm sure the parents watching probably don't have enough cam in their body to type a message to the ISU social media page. I think I get, as a coach, my legs shake when I'm watching my students. I cannot imagine how my hands would stop from trembling if I was watching my child.
And and I'd love to actually reach out to also to the adult skaters who might be watching their kids or watching this sport. I love to hear from you, and when you started to skate, at what age, and what do you love about it? I asked Naz what she loves about it, and because you could see her energy, she's just in love with the sport. And well, how did that start? In 2011 here in Ankara, Turkey. So, so many cool stories about this sport and what it brings to a person's life. We'd love to hear them, so please send them our way. Let's move on with the final two groups. Group number 5 on the ice for the short program, day 1 here on week 4 of the ISU Junior Grand Prix.
And opening this group, a huge moment for Denise Tarim, the 13-year-old who was born in Hong Kong. Her mother is Chinese, dad is Turkish, and started skating 7 years old in Izmir in Turkey. And she will be so proud to represent the home nation in her first Junior Grand Prix.
Well, this young woman, Denise Tarim from Turkey, is my must-watch moment. I'm picking that right now because that was outstanding. We didn't know this skater, and so this is a shocker. Opens with a triple Lutz combo, triple flip after that. 13 years old. This is special. As you can see, the audience going crazy, and the Flower Girls, escorting her off the ice. You're my now hero, right? So it was fantastic. What a great story. What a great skate.
Just brilliant.
Well, there we see the opening move. It's hard to tell what type of skater she would be, not knowing her at all. And you said novice advanced last year, but look at that triple Lutz, double toe right off the top of the program. Beautiful, picture perfect, nice and clean. And here is the triple flip. Lots of air on that, just beautifully done. Both in the positive GOEs, followed up by the double axel. That was quick, just like business. No problem, I can do this. Here it is. Take a look at it. Now give me a score. That was really nicely done, Mark.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that she's skating in front of a home crowd. You could see increased numbers come to watch and support her, and even the. You've talked about the must-watch moment. I totally corroborate the idea, but my must-watch moment, I'm not going to take it from you, Ted, but was her coach having her hands clasped in prayer for the first couple of jumping passes. We could just see the camera go past
her in the back,
coach living it there.
That is very, very special. And those moments you don't forget, no matter what the placement is, don't care. She provided a moment for the audience and for us online as well. The skater from Turkey right here, and not because she's from here, because she skated a lights out program. It's not going to challenge the top skaters for sure. There's still lots of areas to work on, but wow, she skated clean for herself. Let's take a look at the score. 46.86. They seem pretty happy with that. And so they should be. And wanting more? Absolutely. Well, you can go get it, young woman. You've got the skill. Keep working on the detail. That was fun. Now.
And now to a skater who so much experience, a medalist on the Junior Grand Prix back in 2021 when she represented Russia, now representing Kazakhstan, Sofia Samardukina.
What will we see 2 years away from the Junior Grand Prix last? And we'll find out right now.
Sofia Samodelkina representing now Kazakhstan. We haven't seen her on the Junior Grand Prix for 3 years. Good to see that she appeared to be smiling at the end of the performance. Returns to this event still with a triple loop, triple toe, and a technique that was successful for her previously, but I'm sure so much has gone on in her life. She's had a lot to contend with, and now obviously Ted must want to be here, must want to skate, must want to still be pushing herself in the competitive arena.
Well, you can see, look at that beautiful triple lutz, hands above the head, down low on the knee, pushes up high, gets all the way around. Successful first element, powerful, and this young woman has grown up a lot over the last few years, kept the technique, kept the passion for the sport, and so it's interesting as we take a look at the double axel, rides off the end of the edge, through the air, look at the distance. That was beautiful. And you can see she had a confidence as well, and that says a lot. Look at that little toe move there. That's a feature this year in the spin as we take a look at the triple flip. This was a little iffier. That pick on the takeoff was just a little bit off, but she got it done nicely. And look at some of the steps in here, and watch this. This is pretty, I'm not sure where it is, pretty intimidating right here. Hello. How are you doing? I'm not sure. So, wow, that was incredible. That pause right on the judge's stand, I've not seen that. Quite to that degree.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the touching the judges so much as the pause, the confidence to eyeball them.
Yeah, 17 years old, so still not that old, not 19, 17, and that was pretty strong performance. So 65.56 is her personal best. I don't think she's going to reach that score here right now, but what a comeback for Sofia.
Interesting. She did obviously start so well. The first element, really good grade of execution. The spins all suffered laterally, and I think fatigue may have set in. So we hope that the stamina is in the back for the free skate, because we've just got level 1 layback, level 3 change foot combo spin, and those, in fact, all of the spins just level 3, and the components just in the low 6s, whereas previously she had in the 7s. So I think that's just a percentage factor that'll be.
Yeah, and
returns to it.
And remembering that Sofia did represent Russia for a number of years and has now moved to Kazakhstan and sort of restarted her skating career. And you can see her pretty passionate. Just talking about her technique and the kiss and cry there. So it's been an interesting life journey for this skater, as with many other skaters around the world as well. For Sofia Samodelkina, 57.14, and that'll put her currently in 7th place. And a little nod of approval by Sofia there, going, okay. You know, and once she takes a look at the report card, she'll see where some of those points slipped away that were in her control, and just lost out a little bit on that, but well done.
And now to the Slovenian skater Jala Grum. And she skates to the familiar piece, Dark Eyes. Jala Grom from Slovenia, a skater who I think has had a coaching change of late and was hoping to showcase all the improvements. We are in the fortunate position, Ted, of being able to see behind the mistakes and to recognize where the skater's at, and there were lots of positives, but unfortunately the fallen opening triple flip and just GOE issues. But how nice to see there. She gives the Thor girl a hug. So good.
Yeah, really nice as we take a look at some of the elements in the program. And she had some interesting little tricky steps. And it took a hard fall on that triple flip. It didn't lift up in the air. It was on a lean and didn't absorb the weight into the ankles. Here's the triple loop. Stands up and tries to, but does a single toe loop. And then sort of looks away from it. And a little bit later in the program, the double axel gets that done again, a little shaky on the landing. And as we go right into the sit spin here, this slows down a little bit. There's the change of edge, just hanging in here. And a little knee slide, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, not sure if she sustained the outside edge in the sit spin for the sufficient number of rotations. So the technical panel looking to see this will be the change from low to high. That's a feature, and then the camel forward, another feature, and then the butterfly or toe Arabian in between the first and second foot, another, and the upright variation, the fourth, and that change for combination spin doesn't get the level 4, so that's suggesting that there was perhaps not enough rotation in some of those positions, but she looks pragmatic in the kiss and cry alongside her coach.
Sort of accepting to a certain degree. That's what happened, and we'll see the score, but yeah, a little frustrated in some cases not getting the double toe loop done and taking that hard fall in the first element of the program.
And I think for Jala, hopefully she's been studying the Dark Eyes by Sasha Cohen, who used that, I think, in the 2006.
Yeah, that's true.
So
2006 in Torino, yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, that was an amazing example of the confidence that would have evoked high component scores from the judges in the presentation. But it's easier to say that when you've skated clean.
You've got a good memory for a young guy there, Mark. I was actually I was on the doing data for the technical panel. That was the very first time we ever unveiled the new judging system at the time in Olympic coverage, and it was very nerve-wracking because the system itself was on view for the world to see and under scrutiny of the IOC. And having met with the IOC, and I had to make a number of presentations with the IOC about the system as we were building it, and it was it was all a little nerve-wracking, but what an experience, and it all worked out fine. And although a little bit complicated for people to understand it, it certainly is more fair for the athletes. We don't have the scandals that we used to have, and at the same time, I know the ISU is thinking and working very hard at trying to find a way that best represents the system, if people can participate in a little bit more. And I think there's some really cool ideas, and I encourage the ISU to continue to pursue that, because I think there are great possibilities here that we knew about when we built the system. We never activated them on the beginning, because one thing at a time, get it out there for the benefit of the athletes first, and we did that. So interesting.
And you know, for all the pros and cons, the athletes now get such feedback. Jala Grom, sitting in the kiss and cry, will be able to see on the screen all the perfect feedback from which to focus on in her training ground. Well, we say that. I mean, they'll know that already. It could be just that the competition prevented them from delivering, but feedback.
Yeah, they certainly have a report card, that's for sure. 39.10 for Jala Grom from Slovenia. That'll put her currently into 18th place. We can see the leaders in the first two groups still in the top 3 positions, and a number of skaters yet to come, but we'll see whether that holds up, and might likely will.
And now to Sabina Aliyeva, the skater from Azerbaijan, who we've seen on the Junior Grand Prix before, and I think has the potential to go way beyond the 42.93 listed as a personal best. Very capable, hopefully today full of confidence and self-belief. Well, now the starting point for Sabina Alieva to hopefully move forward from a skate in which she stays up and rotates all of the jumping passes in her short program. Still a little bit late with the music, but from here, hopefully, she has the confidence to know she can skate a clean short program and then push forward now on the GOEs.
You can see on the landing of the triple flip as we take a look at the triple Lutz here, hands above the head all the way around, good height, gets up into the double toe loop, nice. On the landing of the triple flip, the big smile that came with that because it's not been easy for her. Here's the double axel, good lift. And we'll take a look and watch here. There's the triple flip above, hands above the head. Watch her squeak that out. Watch the face as she comes forward. And she starts to smile right there.
Yay.
She says, finally got that done. And these steps are pretty cool as well. They're in at a level 3, but some nice work here. Lovely little leap there.
And that's I've so often thought this skater is capable of a score so much higher than what she's getting. And now you can see she's got great movement in her back, and the spins are decent. There's so much, and I just really, really hope that Sabina from this now has the confidence, because I think this is the starting point for her.
And she's probably going, that's what I always wanted to be. That's what I've always wanted to do. And she's finally done it. I mean, her personal best is 42.93. Her season's best is 41.84. And I think you're going to see her beat that score by quite a bit here right now. And let's look for the reaction, because it's a good feeling for her. Her eyes are bright. Her smile is on her face, because she's just done something that has been elusive for her for quite a while. And that is like getting, I don't know, 100 pounds off your shoulders, or the monkey off your back, whatever you want to call it. You just say, finally. So let's take a look at the scores and see if Sabina Alieva from Azerbaijan is happy. A 51.02. Look at that. And yes, she is. That's a season's best by a lot. That was a great expression. That's what she hoped for always, and that's what she's finally discovered, or that's what she's finally shown she's capable of. And what a wonderful moment for this athlete. Tears of joy.
Well, we've seen a brilliant skate for the first skater from Turkey. Now it is the turn of Sena Lydia Bayraktaroglu. And she was previously a rhythmic gymnast and only been skating for 5 years. Well, amazing to think that Senna Lydia has only been skating for 5 years. As I mentioned before, her performance, formerly a rhythmic gymnast, so carried so many great attributes from that sport to this. And she moved just 2 years ago to Ankara to pursue her figure skating dreams more seriously.
One of the things that we're very lucky at, Mark, and I think you would agree with this, is what comes along with our commentary is our ability to travel and to go into different environments. And here in Turkey, the figure skating enthusiasm and passionate people that are supporting the sport for these young people and adults is immense. And it's so wonderful to see that this truly is a global sport now. As we take a look at the triple sow, under-rotated and into the double or single toe loop, and then the double axel, and then they'll flip a little bit later. And it's so wonderful to see this country continuing to grow and improve. The men in Turkish skating is fantastic. They're really getting better all the time. So this community has their eyes clearly set on rising in the ranks of international skating, and we've seen today some really nice signs that that is happening. So congratulations to the federation here in Turkey, and all the skaters and coaches and supporters as well.
Yeah, and I think Senna Lydia Bayraktaroglu is a great potential attribute for the Turkish Skating Federation, and she's working with coach Tommy Pulkkinen and Umar Ostastelelen, and I just think that this skater has all the brilliant prerequisites to go to great success, but obviously increased technical difficulty will be something she's yet to acquire, but they'll know that.
Yeah, and needs to explode off the ice on the takeoffs and learn how to fly. So you want to be a little bit more like an airplane. Take off into the air, climb up into the air. Okay, you're going to come back down. Yeah, no problem. But you need that flight to help carry you through those difficult elements, and that's just something will come with some time and experimenting. You can see lots of positive energy in the kiss and cry. It's awesome. Well, 37.03 is her personal best. She beats that with a 37.53. This is her first Junior Grand Prix this season, of course, so it doesn't have a season's best yet. This is it. And that'll put her currently into 21st place.
And the next skater representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, Nadia Vestic. And she perfectly attired for music to Anna Karenina. Well, Nadia, it's such a perfect piece of music. The costuming, everything is so perfect for the Anna Karenina. She's such an elegant skater. And I saw on her social media this morning, Ted, her landing triple loop, double toe, triple flip, and double axel. But it's one thing doing it in the practice and another thing doing it in competition. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix, and I'm sure she's feeling a whole lot more nervousness than she did in practice this morning.
Yeah, and probably had a little bit more momentum in practice, the comfort zone and that. And here's the triple flip. Not a lot of preparation for that, but and didn't commit to the pull in totally. Here's the triple loop. That's better. It hangs on, gets around. Let's do a 3-turn double toe loop. And they're just reviewing that right now to see if there's any adjustment on the rotations. There's going to go be a double axel, but it ends up to be a single. And the triple loop double toe is clear, so it's clean. That's well done for her to fight for that. There's the system a little later in the program, and that is in level 3. And then she had some of the steps as well, which I guess I didn't push the button on, so a little short of the replay. Sorry about that.
Then Alexander Aiken joins her in the kiss and cry. And it's interesting because Nadia has this refined elegance, you know, nice neckline, nice fingertip extension, pointed toes, but the skating skills are so much more dependent upon speed and power. So it's a bit like, I think it was Leah, the Bulgarian skater, Leah Lyubanova, who we acknowledged looked so balletic in her movement, and we really appreciate that. But the judges' criteria for the components is governed more by speed and power and flow and glide.
Yeah, and change of direction, multi-directional skating. And I think that just a reminder that this is the sport first, not maybe first, but a sport which has to be recognized, and that's where that comes into it, of course. But the PCs, we see a lot of that in here. One of those jewels are real. be a lot of diamonds.
Yeah, these costumes are expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
Nadia, Nadia's one of 2 sets of twins in this competition, interestingly, Ted. So Yusong Kim from Korea, who's currently second, her sister Yujie Kim, but Nadia, her twin sister Layla, debuted on the Junior Grand Prix last year in Budapest. So another interesting set of twins that we've got on the JGP this season.
Follow that. That's awesome. That's great.
I wonder how we should shout out to Layla at home, who's probably watching, I'm sure.
Yeah. Hopefully she sends a message in and says, "Yeah, I was really proud to watch my sister skate." Or here we go. Let's take a look at the scores. There's no personal best score. This is first time out here or season's best. So for Nadia Vestek of 28.54, and that will put her currently into 27th place. Coach is going, that's okay, and Nadia's just trying to put the number with this, with her feeling together, and you have to keep the focus on what you can control and what you can do and what you want to do, make the changes along the way. As we take a look at the final group number 6, taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. A look at the start order for group number 6. Mark, any questions coming in, or are we on our own now?
No, sadly, it's just you and I, Ted.
But you know what? It's like that every week. It's a little quiet on the Thursday because people are working or whatever, and then once they join the broadcast and we beg them a little bit more, they might send in a question. So we have to start begging a bit more.
Well, yes, and I mean, I've got no pride. I can beg. But interesting, there was something I just spotted online, just talking about how skaters can have varying different program component scores from event to event, and I think that's actually quite a good talking point. For me, sometimes I see when I'm looking at the skaters on the Skating Scores website, which is a wonderful resource for the skaters that I'm sure many of them use, that details all of the results, and not just from the ISU, the International Skating Union sanctioned competitions, but from domestic events as well. And quite often, as I think we touched on at one of the events, the competitions domestically can have a different program component scores, either more favourable or less favourable. So I know that in Italy, in Italian domestic events, the judges are generally always much higher on the program component scores for their athletes than when they go abroad. My understanding is that in Japan it tends to be the reverse. They tend to be lower domestically. Great Britain the same, lower domestically, and that's just that can happen. That's why when you go to an international event, you get a cross-section of judges from across the globe. In fact, you can't have an ISU event without judges from at least 5 different nations.
Well, there are 2 major points to this. There are many more, but 2 major. One is that the skaters will skate differently. Maybe they've been sick, maybe they're not well, maybe they're far better than they were last time. So you don't know. That changes from competition to competition. Maybe one time they make no mistakes, the next time they make 3 mistakes. So things can, and that impacts the PC score. So things can change for the skater. Then when you take a look at, if you were to always, no matter, they're all trained the same, but they don't necessarily always see the same. The judges will come together and they'll take an evaluation of what is wonderful skating skills. Might have a small variation for one person versus the other, but what's good about the system is that it's relatively consistent within that competition, but not necessarily from competition to competition. The technical scores, yes, of course. The mistakes that you make, they require they're mandatory requirements for reductions or for additions as well. But when it comes to the PCs, they can be seen slightly different by different people. You're on different sides of the panel. Being at one end of the rink versus the other end of the rink, you can see it slightly differently. So there are variations there. No one's ever said that the sport is 100% accurate, not accurate, but the same for everyone. Why would you have all those people there then? It takes that many people to see things a little bit differently, to put their scores into the pot and for it to come out as calculations. So it's imperfect in one way and perfect in another. There is an element of subjectivity, there's no question, and that can change based on what the skater is doing from competition to competition, where you sit on the panel, and how you see it. And how you've been, your culture can also impact you to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And for me, I think I feel really passionate about, as you are, Ted, about what the system brings for the feedback, because previously I have a predisposed style that I like to watch in movement, in dance, in skating. So there are some skaters, like I'm so delighted that we're going to get the chance to speak with Carolina Kostner, who I just adore to watch. That's the style that I enjoy watching. But with over time and more research and more time as a coach and as a commentator, I have stuck more and more to what the criteria is to understand the scoring. And so now, for the skating skills, the component score that people are debating on why would I get more or less at one event, I've got in front of me now the communication by the International Skating Union, which the focus of skating skills is the technique of skating and movement. It's about balance and glide, flow, power and speed, clarity of edges. And there are lots and lots of words on the page in front of me which the judges have to comprehend when they come to give the skaters the score. Now, what I love is pointy toes and gorgeous posture. That isn't actually, though, necessarily part of that skating skills criteria. It will enhance and it will add, and biomechanically it might make it better, but it's not necessarily part of the wording. And so for me, that's then, some people will come to me and say, oh, I like that skater, why didn't they get higher PCS? And I'll say, yeah, I like that skater too. The same way as we liked Leah Lubinova, who's currently in 17th place. But our understanding of the criteria and the judges' understanding of the criteria is what is dictating the result. So that we can always reference back to for greater comprehension of why the scores are given the way they are.
Mark, that's really well said. Yeah, really well said. I paid attention the whole time, which was really good. and no, I thought, well, that was clear. I thought it was extremely well said. That still sounds complicated a little bit, but the reality is exactly what you have said. I mean, there are variables along the way. That's just reality. Don't dream that it'll ever be anything other than some variabilities, because they are, right? But it is defined to a much higher degree now, and I haven't seen a result that I would go, well, what was that all about, right? So to me, that's a good balance thing. Even though I might like one versus the other, but the other one wins, I'm going, if I take a look at the criteria, I'm going, now I understand why. I prefer the other performance, but I understand why.
Yeah.
So, okay, enough of that. You better send us in questions, otherwise we're going to go rambling on like we normally do. So if you want us not to ramble, please send us a question. Okay, here we go. Final group on event number 1, day number 1, and event number 4, really, on the Junior Grand Prix. Here we go. A lot of numbers there.
And their chance, chance to see Coach Leland Boom encouraging Lena Cusack onto the ice. Skater representing Croatia, who was 25th in Ostrava. And there again, the simulation of the jump takeoffs are so crucial, as Lena intends to start with triple flip in her short program to never enough. Yay! Celebration for Lena Cusack, a skater who she had mistakes on the flip and the lutz in Ostrava in the Czech Republic, and here skating much better. And therefore, in terms of going discussion about program component scores, the presentation component for Lena will be able to be higher here because she had the joy of the landed jumps.
Yeah, redemption for her and other skaters as well. They come back with a clean program, and second Junior Grand Prix, beautiful shot there in the opening. And look at her movement, full range of movement. And as the elements got more successful throughout the program, as we take a look at the triple flip, great height all the way around, nice extension on the landing, and she just increased the joy. There's the triple lutz, free leg back, double toe loop, a little under rotation on the lutz, but here's the double axel, hangs onto that landing edge. And then she started to say, okay, let's get going here. We're going to start to sell the step sequence, and really hit my range of movement and show a little passion and emotion, and she did.
Yes, and it's a bit like with Sabina Alieva. Now that Lena's given that clean skate, now that gives her the... She will get a feedback from the judges now with the clean program as to where to really dictate the focus. Obviously, she'll be thinking triple because that's not part of her planned program content yet. But now, with the clean skate, she can see, well, where do I fall in the components? Where do I fall in the grades of executions?
Yeah, until you get a clean skate, you don't really know where you stack up against someone, because you can always say to yourself, well, if I didn't make this make, I would have been here, but you don't really know. So you need to have that clean skate to understand, where do I really stack up against the rest of the field when I'm skating my best? And here we go. Scores for Lena Kosak from Croatia. She has a 45.71 as her personal best, and she has a 46.59. This is a season's best, and she's thrilled with that, and that'll put her currently to 14th place. Nice. Well done.
Happy coach, happy skater. Happy commentator seeing it.
Happy parents.
Yeah. And now to 15-year-old Megan Woodley, a skater who travels 110 kilometers to and from the rink every day. She tries to follow her dream, this time competing in the Junior Grand Prix.
Welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix. Megan Woodley from Canada. This young woman was first after the short program of the National Championships last year. in junior, and that was a position she'd never been in before, so that was a bit of a shocker. She dropped a number of spots, but she's so good technically, and now starting to feel her comfort and confidence and let herself go in performance as well. That was superb in her debut here on the Junior Grand Prix. You take a look at the Cholats, hands above the head, triple toe loop all the way around, plus GOE at 1.01. Wow, that's great. There's a triple flip. That was easy. Mark, your thoughts?
Just fantastic, and nothing, as we look to the double axel, nothing was reviewed, I think, by the panel. The landing of the axle, like the other 3 triple jumps in the short program, pristinely clean, no question on the rotation. And, you know, it's great to hear you say, Ted, that Megan has had an experience already of a successful short program that she had to contend with in the free skate. Megan's, I think, going to find herself in a successful placement after the short program here. I don't know what her expectations were, but she will hopefully be enjoying the successes that she's going to soon see from the judges as well.
And I think that with that experience at Nationals, she'll say, okay, that's done. I need to have a good free. And then I find out, where do I stand up against these other really good women around the world in the junior category? So she needs to put a good free together to gain the confidence she's able to do her job and see where she ranks in the rest of the world. So we'll find out what her score is here, and we'll find out how she handles that moving into the free program after that experience that she had at the Nationals last year in juniors. So, and I had an interview with her after the Next Gen camp, and she's such a lovely young woman, and it was so interesting to speak to her and listen to her, how she got started in skating and what she likes about it and her thoughts about all of that, and such a charmer. So let's see what the scores are for her first Junior Grand Prix short program. 62.28. Look at that. That was like in unison. Oh my God, that was hilarious. And that puts Megan Woodley of Canada currently into 4th place. Wow, outstanding. They both covered their mouth and they both said, oh, all at the same time. Well deserved, coach and skater.
Now to the 3rd and final women competing in this Junior Grand Prix from the home nation, Celine Akbulut, the 17-year-old who started skating at 5 years of age. She coached by her mother and father. Celine Akbulut. You can sense there, she takes her hands to her head of the disappointment, increased pressure perhaps. She had such a positive experience from memory at the Junior Grand Prix last year in Istanbul and will have been hoping for the same here, but unfortunately mistakes were made.
Yeah, it's you want to get fueled by your home performance. At the same time, you don't want that fuel to overflow and distract from the job at hand, and it's a very, very fine balance. And let's take a look at some of the elements for Celine. There's the double axel, starts the program okay. You want to carry more speed and flow on that landing, a little bit too tight around the corner. And the little triple Salchow and not tight in the air. You can see the left leg is bent, and that slows rotation down. Double flip is no problem into a
that's cool.
Like illusion thing. I'm not sure what you call it, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And here's the step sequence.
Another one.
This is in at level 3, so that's pretty good. Gets level 3 on the steps.
And Celine, as we see her work through the edges and the difficult turns, had explained that her mother had moved from Uzbekistan to Turkey when she was 21, and since then she's been coached Esila Sega, who was a skater who represented Turkey at Europeans and World Championships. So there's so many family invested in this, and national investment in the skater, and how lovely for Celine to feel that, hopefully.
Yeah, interesting backgrounds. I love these little stories you come up with here, Mark. Not come up with. I mean, obviously you reach out and people tell you, but I love that because you start to understand a little bit more about the person as we watch the skater. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Celine. 17 years old. A 36.80, and that'll put Celine currently in the 25th position. But there's a little levity in the kiss and cry. That's good.
Yeah. Relief, perhaps.
Yeah. Now on to the free.
Well, we have already seen her training mate, and now it is the turn of the second Finnish woman competing here. Venla Sinisalo, who has competed already. She was 8th in Ostrava, hoping to build on that brilliant outing there in Ankara. just 13 years old, and what an exciting roller coaster of events it must have been for Venla Sinisalo, representing Finland in the Czech Republic a couple of weeks ago, and now here in Ankara. And what's even more brilliant is that she had a mistake in a Strava, fell on the triple flip, but here, skates lights out clean.
Oh, she did a beauty, and I love the double fist pump at the end. I mean, the clarity of "I did it," you know, is what a statement. Here's double axel off the top of the program, nice and tight in the air. Watch young skaters how straight and strong she is. I'm going to slow this right down here. Here's the triple lutz. Watch the feet come together, tight, 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 tight. Look at that, tucked together. Gets the free leg out, goes up into the double toe loop, no problem. We'll just move on in here. And here's the triple flip. This is a beauty. Straight up in the air, feet tucked. Look how quickly that left leg goes right down and wraps in. That's so nicely done. Such a key for young skaters.
No.
This is nice, except that toe, right, Mark? That right toe up there. Yeah.
If we could just get a little more extension, if you like turn out straight knee.
We're the toe police. That's the problem.
Yeah. Personal bugbears.
Here's the butterfly into the entrance into the flying camel, of course, is the level 4. Grabs the blade. Difficult. Look at that. Left arm across the body. Very cool. Wow.
Well, it's interesting that when we see that position, Lotta Malonen is the choreographer. That's the daughter of Susanna Malonen, the coach. And the choreographer said that she wants to bring uniqueness and build a program around the skater's strength. And this music was violin music, which they picked because Venla plays the violin. And so how great to have mother and daughter coach and choreography team that take interest in the human and the athlete.
Yeah, look at that score, 53.60. That's not only a season's best, that's a personal best. And that puts her currently into 11th place. Well done. Nice. Well, that's a big score increase.
Yeah.
Good 5 points.
And now to Stefania Yakovleva, representing Cyprus. And Stefania will skate to music from the Gladiator soundtrack by Hans Zimmer. Stefania Yakovleva at the end of her short program, and there were some interesting highlights. It's difficult to know how this skater will fare. She was 39th at the Junior World Championships 2 seasons ago, 17th in 2023, didn't compete Junior Worlds 2024, and obviously comes into this event with the potential to score highly, but the fall in the jump combo, no combo, will be costly.
Yeah, that will be costly. She did some nice sort of tricky elements, especially that split going into the final spin. There's the triple flip. Look at the height on that. That was a beauty. Just perfectly executed.
Yeah,
good quality on that. So I thought, okay, here we go. This is good. And then the triple loop did not lift as high, barely got around, and slips off the back of the edge. There's the Ina Bauer up into the double axel. Watch her take her arms and flag up into the air. Lifts her nicely into a twizzle. And then sit spin. This was, I think, just a transitional move, I think, into the steps.
And it's interesting because the Gladiator soundtrack has been used so often, but I thought Stefania did do it well. She had commitment into that as we see this sliding split. And with that sliding split entry into the layback, that's showcasing her and her choreographer's desire to push the composition component skyward. But perhaps just the lack of flow and speed comparative to others will make the PCS still stay in the fives range.
Yeah, and that layback spin level 4 at the end of the program had a minus 0.42. You saw her lose the center and the balance at the end, and so that GOE, so whatever she built up in the level of difficulty, she lost a few points on the quality of the execution. So just reminding the new skating fans out there, there's the base value of every element, and you can add to that by doing it well, or you can subtract by not doing it so well. Here's a look at the short program score. 51.47 is her personal best. She has a 45.60, and that'll put Stefania currently into 18th place. With one skater to come, our final skater here, Mark.
And a great moment for the 15-year-old born in Budapest, Lena Eckert, representing Hungary. She ended last season with a stress fracture, so had to take 2 months off. Started training again fully in July, and now finds herself on the Junior Grand Prix. Lena Egger completes the women's short program on the 4th stop of the Junior Grand Prix 2024. And as I said, a skater that had that stress fracture and had to have 2 months off. So the time when the skaters are most eager to make the progression and improvements was completely taken away from Lena. So kudos to her for getting herself ready to be competition shape at this point in the season.
As we take a look at some of the elements in her program, strong skater, assertive, which I really like, and you need to be. Let's take a look here. And this is the opening triple flip. A little bit on a lean, a little bit of slip toe pick, but doesn't go down. Puts the hand down, but that's it. Here, watch this left outside edge when she steps. This slips out to the left. Watch it go right there. It just slips out and takes her on an angle, and she was able to keep the body core strong enough so she didn't take a hard fall, and she saved the element.
She did well there.
Really well. Here's the triple Salchow. Great lift. Up into the double toe loop, no problem. Good jumper. It's as strong as we see some of the steps in the step sequence, and that is in actually only in level 2, so she's missing 2 features in the step sequence, and leaving a few points on the table there. 44.93 is her personal best. We'll see whether she can beat that score here on the Junior Grand Prix.
Coach Mark Magyar and Lena had explained that her coaches wanted to develop her movement and her skating skills in this short program with the music choice. Obviously Toxic and Britney Spears, it's pretty intense. You can see that intensity, which was well delivered right to the end by Lena.
Short program score for Lena, a 44.76, so it beats her personal best score, sets her standard for this season at 44.76. That'll put her currently in 19th place. They work so hard and they hope for bigger numbers, and when those numbers don't come to where they hope it to be, it's always a little bit of a downer for sure. But then they have to go back and take a look at, why did that happen, because there are reasons, and they can look at the report card and gather that information as they begin to plot their course to move forward to the next part of the season. Oh, we can see there's the ice resurfacing now, and that concludes our coverage of the women's short program as we take a look at the standings. 66.22, 64.72, 63.34, your top 3, and there's a look at the rest of the field. So some good skating here, Mark.
Yeah, I thought that was a great women's short program, and I think it was enjoyable to see such brilliant performances early on, which set the precedent for the rest to follow, and hopefully this is the start of a really good week on the Junior Grand Prix for the 4th stop.
Well, next up will be the pair short program. Kirsten Moore Towers will be joining us for the final 2 groups. She's an Olympian and a Canadian national team member, a world team member as well, and a wonderful pair skater. She'll be giving us some insight to the pair discipline and, of course, the women, what it feels like, what they have to think of throughout that. She'll be joining us on group number 3 in the pair short program. For all us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton for Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Make sure you stay with us as we will take on the pairs in just a little while.